All right, hello, my dear unknown friends. I'm Candace, and welcome back to the channel. Uh, I please forgive the thumbnail. I know it's a bit provocative, but uh, I felt I feel like it captures the vibe that I think we're gonna have in this live stream. So, um, if this is your first time here at the channel, first time in a live stream, welcome. Thank you so much for everyone returning, either during stream or after the VOD goes up. I want to thank you all again. So yes, I never thought, I honestly never thought that I would be doing a live stream about Candace Owens. It was not on my bingo card at all. Uh, so now I get this should get this out of the way, and to let you all know that me doing this video, I don't want it to be taken as an attack on her. I know that she is a very controversial figure for some. For others, she is a warrior of the truth. I've always looked at her as someone who conducts and this is me in agreement with what's his name, Zach Costello, who's another YouTuber who covers current events from a lay Christian sort of lukewarm Catholic position, I would say. He calls Candace's show open source investigation, and Candace herself refers to her groupies and her fans, her mama sleuths, as the decentralized intelligence agency. I think that's accurate. I think it's accurate to look at what she does as a version of it's an open source investigation, asking all the various and sometimes crazy questions that one asks within the course of an investigation. And this is one of the reasons why when police departments, the FBI, when they go up during a press briefing, this is the reason why they say that, this is why they say, quote, given that it is an ongoing investigation, we cannot comment to answer your question. All right. The reason for that is because they can't and shouldn't, in prudence, dish out that much. They in prudence, they shouldn't openly speculate in front of a live audience as the authorities with the authority to obtain warrants for arrests and so on and so forth. And for us average Joes, we technically don't really have the same constraint, technically speaking, even though many times we probably should have the same prudence. Now, I would wager, and if anybody who watches this video would like to chime in and to comment to tell me if I'm right or wrong, but I would imagine that during an investigation, when the people conducting said investigation are trying to piece together things that have happened, things that might be ongoing, that they have to ask any and every question. They have to pursue any possible lead. And I would imagine that behind closed doors at a precinct, that some of the questions that taxpayer funded are, especially like local authorities, what have you, I guarantee you some of the questions that they ask themselves during the course of their detecting would sometimes sound embarrassing to us if they were to repeat it during a press conference. And so if I'm wrong, if every question that's asked of an investigator in an honest and official investigation doesn't get outlandish for the sake of at least crossing the question off the list or what have you, then if I'm wrong about that happening, just let me know. But this video is not specific about the open source investigations of Candace Owens. Again, this is not meant to be an attack on her. This is not meant to be an attack on her viewership. The reason it's not an attack on her viewership is because I count myself as among one of her viewers. Do I agree with everything she says? No, as I hope this live stream will aptly prove. Do I myself have my own questions about some of the things that are happening related to Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk and Brigitte Macron and all the things that she talks about? Do I believe everything that she thinks or has said about Erica Kirk and Erica Kirk's family and her personal background and personal history and personal bad choices and maybe even good choices? I watch her as a spectator, and I take the information she presents and I weigh it with my own independent and private ability of discernment. You know, we can't fall into the trap of just believing hook, line, and sinker everything that someone says, which brings me to the subject of tonight's stream. Candace Owens did a video on Monday that started off with quite the bang, and I find that her some of the things that she said in the first part of Monday's episode was not helpful, and I'll explain why. We will get into some clips. One of the reasons why I was running behind was spent the afternoon running errands with my wife, and I only had about maybe an hour to prep some tabs, some clips, some images, to mark up some places and some books that we're going to reference throughout the course of tonight's stream. And and we'll watch a few clips. I wasn't able to get through all of the first 20 minutes of her Monday episode in order to get everything, in order to address everything. So we may not, I might not have too terribly much, but hopefully we'll have enough that we can fill 2 hours. Yes, I know that I said for Lent that I was going to try to keep videos to an hour. However, I think while last week's video was very, I think last week's video was also important to have and to give it the time that the subject matter needed. I'm going to say tonight we definitely need to run the full 2 hours or so. Who knows? This might end up taking longer than that. Now, before we begin, let me just say hi to everybody. All right, so that way for anyone, that way, yeah. Normally I do like a hello dear unknown friends at the top of the live chat. So before we dive in, let's go ahead and we'll do a little bit of housekeeping. For those who do not know, I have a Substack. You can find me. There's a link down in the description below for a, and that'll take you to my Substack, the Suffragist. It's a journal for the Catholic Cunning Man. It's where I plan to try and truncate various topics that I've touched on in the course of the current lifespan of this channel, to try to truncate them into a readable format, to try to provide a more clear cut, to try to provide a place where if you don't feel like watching tens of hours of my videos, you can at least go to my Substack to find the what I'm hoping will be the more cut and dry version of everything that I've covered in my videos in the past. Also, in the link in the description to the stream is a link to a Buy Me a Coffee, and just recently set it up. So for those who aren't interested in subscribing to the Substack in any of the paid tiers, there's an option if you want to throw a few cents my way. You can do so on a whim through Buy Me a Coffee. Again, link in the description. Over at the Substack, there are 3 tiers to subscriptions. There's the free tier, which is read only. So all of the content at the Suffragist you'll be able to read for free. If you want an audio version, I don't have the recordings up yet. My plan is to start to get to work on the audio versions tomorrow, and then try to catch up to those. But for those who want the audio versions that they can put on while they're working out, walking, cooking, cleaning, what have you, to have in the background, if you don't feel like you have the time to sit and scroll to read the pieces, the paid subscription on the Substack will afford you access to the audio versions of all of my pieces over there. Also, there's a 3rd tier called the Societas Sophiergica. It's basically the founders tier. So for $150 a year, if you wish to be a more direct and abled patron, that is a way to support me substantially And with that, in addition to having access to the audio versions and any other type of content that that will be sort of related and tangential to the written pieces themselves, you also gain access to a PO box. I haven't set the PO box up just yet, but I plan to get a PO box at the at my local post office, so that the members of the founders tier at the Sophia-gist on Substack, that way they will have access to physical, handwritten or typewritten direct correspondence from me, and we can have a more intimate one-on-one conversation about any spiritual, theological, philosophical, practical topic that you can imagine. So if you are feeling generous, I would deeply appreciate having you join the Societas Sophia-gica for $150 a year over at the Sophia-gist on Substack. Again, link to Substack is down below. Okay, talk to you about the Buy Me a Coffee. That's for tips. Anyhow, so that's pretty much it. As I said, tomorrow I'm going to be working on making recordings, making some updates to the Substack. Hopefully, we'll try to work on the second part of the Wondrous Works of Wisdom series of essays over there. Yeah. So that's it for the shameless plug. Again, any contribution that you make, whether it's through Buy Me a Coffee or through any of the paid tiers on Substack, it's just a little bit of extra money to have in a jar for like a rainy day fund. I do work full time as a healthcare nurse, so I'm not trying to like milk anybody dry. It's given given the state of the world today and the prospective increase in the price of damn near everything under an administration that promised they were going to help reduce the cost of living. And again, just don't take that to mean that I'm some Democrat. I'm neither Democrat. I'm neither Republican. I am Cristeros, and I pray that we don't get to a point where we have a second Cristeros war, just a little further north in this hemisphere than the last one. Anyhow, I digress. So, all right, housekeeping out of the way. Let's go ahead and get to some let's get to the meat of things. Again, just before we get started, I just want to reiterate again, this I don't mean for this stream as an attack on anybody, least of all one of the subjects of the video. I'm an audience member of Candace Owens. Again, this does not mean that I agree 100% with everything that she says, but what I do agree with 100% is having a more open source investigation where we, the people, can contribute. And then I support her in the sense that she is Roman Catholic, that her and her husband attend and attempt to raise their family within the traditional teachings of the church, which I think is incredibly important. She homeschools her children, which is something else that I support 100%. Not necessarily out of the sense that all the schools are evil. There are good private schools out there, good Catholic private schools. It's hard to find healthy private Catholic schools in the Bible Belt. of the United States, given that it's predominantly Protestant. So perhaps where they currently live, they don't have the option of a Catholic school, of a good Orthodox Catholic school. So I applaud her for raising her children, for teaching her children, homeschooling them. I myself am the product of homeschooling. I was homeschooled K through 12. At 13, before entering 6th grade, I was given the opportunity to choose for myself whether I wanted to remain homeschooled or if I wanted to enter public school. And I decided to stay homeschooled. Given where my family lived at the time, it was probably the best choice, which I'm sure made my parents happy, because the school district that we were in, that I would have had to go to, because my parents didn't have the money to send me to any kind of private school, I would have probably ended up with 3 baby mamas, addicted to heroin, and eventually would have probably found my mugshot on the evening news if I had gone to my hometown's public school. So I remained homeschooled, and I think because of that, my wayward period away from the truth of the Catholic faith would have probably been prolonged. Probably would have lasted a decade rather than 2 years. So I'm very blessed and recognize the grace and the providence in my decision, and based on the circumstances which I grew up in. So don't hate me for where I just happened to pause one of the pieces of Candace's Monday episode. Okay, let's see. Why are we screen capture, properties, window capture? There we go. There we go. So yeah, I won't lie. This was the face that I was making while I was watching the beginning of this episode of hers. Again, I don't hate Candace at all. I think there are things that she's doing that are important and that need to happen. Things that she says that need to be said. Doesn't mean that I agree with everything that she says. All right, I'm allowed to disagree with people who I otherwise tend to agree with on things, as this live stream proves. So, let's address why. Before we begin, let's address why this stream is happening. So I watched all of her Monday episode, and it was the first about 20 minutes or so that I'm sitting there and my gut is just sinking to the floor. Not because I think that she's doing what she can in her love of the faith, in her love of Christ, and for the love of her family. However, given that she is an internet personality that deals in current events, it is very easy to fall into a type of imprudence that we saw back in the 80s, and also in the 90s, and a little bit in the early 2000s. And it's not the first time that we've had this type of hysteria occur in human history. It happened in the late 16th and throughout the 17th century. And then it kind of simmered down, and then it kind of picked back up again here in this part of the world, up in New England. So the thing, one of the things that I pray I am able to work towards with this stream is to try to reduce the damage that I foresee her Monday episode causing and leading to. If we zoom out, or if we go back in time to the 80s, there were various books released, various reports released. One notably pursued incessantly by Geraldo Rivera. And look where he is now. He is reaping what he sowed with his deception regarding the reports he was covering at the start of the Satanic Panic. But yes, we're talking about the Satanic Panic, and we're trying to hopefully contribute to the necessary prevention of it from occurring again. Now, personalities like Geraldo Rivera and others, and various and the novel Mazes and Monsters, and just all of that sensationalism in reporting that occurred, centered around a game about sword and sorcery fantasy. And if you are not familiar with the genre of sword and sorcery, basically the heroes of the story are usually not the sorcerer. More often are not the sorcerer. Usually the sorcerer is the villain of the story, and sword and sorcery tales, such as Conan the Barbarian and others that inspired Dungeons and Dragons, they depict the hero who does not have the use of magic vanquishing the sorcerer. All right. But unfortunately, with the around the same time, we have sort of an almost titanic rise of evangelical Christianity, thanks to Billy Graham and his ilk, as well as a drastic increase in televised Pentecostalism. And the hyper scrupulosity, the Protestant hyper scrupulosity that caused the hyper rationalization of Catholicism at the Council of Trent, led to a terrible nationwide panic. It was hysteria, and look what its fruits were. The fruits of the Satanic Panic ended up being worse than the fruits that the Protestants claimed were coming out of playing games like Dungeons and Dragons. All right. And so this led to the youth. This led to the agnosticization of an entire generation that later also would affect my generation. I grew up in the 90s. I was born 91, and when I made my way into the early 2000s, we had the release of Lord of the Rings, which I was permitted to read. I was permitted to read those. I was permitted to read Lloyd Alexander's Prydain Chronicles. I was permitted to read the Chronicles of Narnia. When I was, I think when I was 12, my dad actually, he had me read, close to Halloween, he had me read the Screw Tape Letters. So I've read that as well. So we have this, but the things that I wasn't allowed to read were Harry Potter. I wasn't allowed to play Magic the Gathering initially. I wasn't allowed to like like you Yu-Gi-Oh was my parents had a little trepidation with Yu-Gi-Oh, but thankfully I didn't abuse the privilege of at least being able to play Yu-Gi-Oh with my friends in the neighborhood. That was a fun time. I remember watching the premiere of the Dual City Tournament story arc. Probably one of probably my favorite story arc. But I don't think I continued. I think I continued watching after that. But anyhow, that's just a diversion. But even through the early 2000s, there was still sort of like the death throes of the Satanic Panic. But unfortunately, the Satanic Panic did its damage. It agnosticized an entire. It agnosticized Gen X, and it partially agnosticized millennials. The older millennials, and then the later millennials, they're now totally ensconced in all kinds of stuff. So, but here's the thing, and we'll get into it in a clip. But the first clip that I want to play, and we're just going to kind of work through some of these clips, and then we'll get into things. Let's see. I think we'll do. Uh-oh. Please tell me. Okay. All right. For a second there, I thought it did not save my clips. Okay. So we're going to start with this clip. Let me just make sure. The screen capture audio on, and then I'll go ahead and I'll mute, while I play the clip, I'll mute my microphone so that you all can't hear it echo. All right. So here we go.
People that practice occult magic are in this moment pushing for World War III. And I think that's hard for a lot of people to process because we grow up and we learn that there are in effect really three major monotheistic religions in the West. So the idea that actually there are people that are in charge of Western governments that are in essence really pagan and could be making literal blood sacrifices to various demons, that kind of evades us. It evades our understanding of the world because we look at Hollywood, we look at culture. Hollywood in particular has been ever intentional in assisting sort of the implausibility of such a narrative, right? Movies, books that are published, if they delve into the topic of witchcraft and spell casting, it's reserved really for the category of fantasy, right? It's fantasy. People that practice occult magic are in this moment pushing for World War III. And I think that's hard for a lot of people to process because we grow up and we learn that there are in effect really three major monotheistic religions in the West. So the idea that actually there are people that are in charge of Western governments that
I didn't realize that where I cut the clip, blended so well into the start of the clip. I'll try to avoid being proud about that. Anyhow, all right. So this is where she sort of frames. This is her framing the beginning of the episode, and I know that the algorithm is probably not going to like this, but this stream, but so be it. These are things that we need to talk about. I don't necessarily disagree with her on this point that she's making. We have, as evidenced now by some of the things that have come that have been released of the Epstein files, it shows us that various aspects of various conspiracy theories across the internet have a grain of truth to them. It's not to say that the conspiracy theories are 100% correct. No theory is 100% correct, because then it's not a theory. All right. When, just like in science, when a theory has been demonstrated to be 100%, the major 100, if it's shown that the theory has proven accurate, 100% accurate 100% of the time that it's tested, then it becomes a law, such as the law of gravity. You know, we've tested the theory enough times that we get the same result each time, right? This is part of the the rational, non-controversial aspect of the scientific method, right? So the conspiracy theories, they're still theories. They're not 100% correct, given that their concerns are more, I guess you could say, sociological. Not that I'm a fan of sociology as a science, but we can at least see that there is some degree of veracity to the claims being made. And that's nothing to balk at. It's now a real reality that we have to take into consideration as we go about our day to day. And some people who do have visceral disgust at the reality that we now have been shown is out there. Kudos to those who would rather be getting their torches and pitchforks to go and kirk somebody, to kirk somebody, and who restrain themselves in doing so, because the hysteria that these revelations elicit. Part of it is the hysteria is by design. Don't think for a moment that there aren't those who are hoping to stir up enough trouble that enough people react irrationally, in order to force the hands of the authorities to crack down on it for public safety. Okay? We have to be smart about how we approach this battle, this spiritual battle, because that's what it is. All right? What we can't allow ourselves to do is we can't allow ourselves to reach the point of panic. Okay? Panic is not a virtue. All right. Panic derives from irrationality. Panic can even be induced by the diabola. And any exorcist, regardless of whether it's Father Ripperger or whoever it is, they will all tell you that the demons are capable of affecting our they're capable of affecting our physical body, even by external means. They're capable of eliciting emotional response. They're capable of infusing imaginal imagery into your mind in order to stir the emotions, in order to stir the irrational, the irascible parts of our emotions. So it's very important that we keep a level head, keep a prudent spirit of discernment upon us, and to ask for the graces necessary to navigate the world that we now know we inhabit. Small W world. Okay? There is a distinction between the proper noun world with the capital W and the commonplace noun lowercase w. They mean different things. Because one is creation, which is inherently good. The other is a construct of our own making, which is the one that Satan rules because of sin, thanks to original sin. All right, so we need to keep that in mind, not just for here, but moving forward whenever we go to click off and go about our lives. So yes, she says elsewhere, we'll eventually get to the clip. I want to kind of work through the clips in the order that I have them. Okay. Now, but yeah, the point being, panic is not a virtue. Prudence is a virtue. What else is a virtue? Temperance. All right. Temperance is a virtue. We have to temper ourselves. We have to bring not just our bodies, but our emotions and our mind, every part, every shred of our being. We are tasked with bringing into submission to the will of God, and panic is not of God's will. It's important to discern the origins of said panic. And that's what makes all the difference. So yes, with the revelations that we have now from the Epstein files, we now have a reality we have to come to terms with. We don't come to terms with it in the sense that we just shrug our shoulders and go about our day. But we have to honestly assess within our state of life what is the proper way in which to conduct ourselves going forward. And for those of us who watch my videos, and for myself who aspire to be a Sophurgist, practicing Sophurgist, a practicing Catholic cunning man, as it were, this is an important discipline for us to practice, is to refrain from panic and to actively discern to discern everything, to discern the nature of our thoughts, to discern the nature of our emotions, or maybe rather the essence of them and their cause. We have to, in fact, I would say the most important discernment that we can do is to discern causes. We have to be capable of discerning causes, both natural and supernatural. And we have to learn how to discern the way in which the two interact with each other. Which is one of the reasons why I did last week's video about global ritual sacrifice, and we'll see in a later clip here with Candace here. We'll see that she's also kind of hit on the sort of the same idea. All right, so we'll go to the next clip here. I probably should have titled the clips. All right, here we go.
Marina Abramovic. She puts on performances in front of the most powerful people in the world. Performances like in 1974, when she sought to, quote, re-evoke the energy of extreme bodily pain using a large petroleum-drenched pentagram, which the artist lit on fire at the start of the performance. Standing outside of the pentagram, Abramovic cut her nails, her toenails, and her hair. When she finished with each, she threw the clippings into the flames, creating a burst of light each time, burning the pentagram, representing a physical and mental purification. Marina Abramovic.
Okay, there we go. Unmuted. For those who do not know, this woman, she is a performance artist. All right. Now, people who are in the world of performative art, abstract art, they have a very high opinion of themselves. In fact, I forget who it was. I was listening to someone. They made the comment about how people like Michelangelo and Botticelli, they would probably look at women like this, and they would probably laugh in her face at how absurd she is. But I've listened to some interviews that she's given, and she definitely believes that that there's a spiritual dimension to the things that she does. And of course there's a spiritual dimension to art. It's the act of, it's what Tolkien calls subcreation. Art is a way in which we participate in the same activity that our Creator participated in when He created everything, and when He created us. So we always have to keep in mind that art is spiritual. The visual arts, the auditory arts, the written arts, they all have a bearing upon our souls. They all have an effect. I think it's referred to as the law of contagion in esoteric writings. You often hear this, the law of contagion. There's another term for it. I forget what it is. But yeah. So here we have Candace basically giving us a Cliff Notes version of what's the spirit cooking was, or what have you, and this, the burning pentagram, a burning pentagram, and she's gonna revisit this theme of pentagrams a little bit later on. But again, yes, stuff. I wish I could make it mirrored image to make this easier. This kind of stuff is indeed meant to evoke something. All right, there's no doubt about it. That's the whole point of art. Art evokes. Um, art art communicates, and it doesn't matter what the art is. Anything that, even like even martial arts, for example, martial arts communicate something, evoke something. It evokes it evokes force, kinetic force, efficient kinetic force. Okay, and other types of art evoke more spiritual ends. So yes, this is, so far nothing terribly problematic. That Candace hasn't shared anything yet terribly problematic, or vague and ambiguous, or overly hysteric. But we're getting there, and so I would not be surprised if this woman is. I would not be surprised if she is involved in ceremonial ritual magic. That happens, that occurs outside of her performative art. It would not surprise me in the least. We don't yet have any evidence of it, but given the kind of performative art that she has made, it is a reasonable conclusion that we can make. Oh, right. We will move on to the next one. I really, honestly, should have labeled these instead of just clip 1 through 6 or whatever. I think I did try to label one of them as masks. But anyhow, let's get to this one.
Cloaked before a statue of Shiva, stabbing a woman in an... Like when the world's leading nuclear physicists are caught cloaked before a statue of Shiva, stabbing a woman in an occult ceremony for CERN. Well, you guys, that's just science. That right there that you are looking at on your screens was science, the best science, the best that science has to offer, the most ingenious people. And indeed, I would agree that it's modern science. In fact, the entire thrust of what was deemed the scientific revolution, a move away from the natural order of things and towards empiricism, rationality, that began because of a long organized Freemasonic effort to remove humanity from our innate spiritual understanding. Like when the world's leading
All right. Again, there's not much in that clip there that I necessarily disagree with. She is absolutely correct in concerning basically the Enlightenment. She calls it the scientific revolution. It's really hard to pinpoint exactly when the scientific revolution began, but for sure it began. For sure it was in earnest. It really kicked off in earnest during the Enlightenment, and it's why it's called the Enlightenment by the materialists that run society and that people live in now. And she's absolutely right. It's the move towards hyper materialism, empiricism, hyper rationality. It all contributes to it all contributes towards removing us, severing us from the deeper wells of grace that are available to us within the Catholic faith. These But what I don't think that she knows yet, because she probably hasn't yet read enough, and her focus with much of her reading is more so centered on like the 19th century onward. But she is, I don't think that she has read yet about William of Ockham and how William of Ockham set in motion a whole crap ton that eventually led to people like Descartes, which led to Kant, which led to all the other shit philosophers, Nietzsche being one of them. I know a lot of people like to idolize Nietzsche. Some idolize him in more nuanced ways than others, and I will admit that the only utility that Nietzsche provides is a glimpse into the mind of the religiously emancipated man. If we want to know what does the mind of post-enlightenment modern man, post-industrial modern man look like? And Nietzsche is like the natural conclusion of that question, because he ends up being the example of what happens to us when we're completely severed. And it's one of the reasons why he has that famous axiom that God is dead and we have killed him. It's more of a poetic expression of an interesting insight where Nietzsche is realizing that we have completely severed ourselves. And I think that's what people misunderstand about that. People say that, oh, God is dead and we have killed them. Nietzsche's some people will claim Nietzsche there is saying that we've emancipated ourselves, that we are now free to be, morality is just a social construct, so on and so forth, all that other crap. But no, it's everything that comes out of Nietzsche's pen, out of his mouth, is just it's like going through hundreds of pages of self diagnosis, and the diagnosis is that he is suffering from madness, and that the madness is the thing that induced the madness was the Enlightenment and industrialization. And we have to remember where did he end up? Look at Socrates. He ends up going out in a blaze of glory. So Socrates, he's like the pagan proto-martyr. He was martyred for attempting to arrive at the truth. And it's quite a noble death in Socrates' case, in pre-Christian, pre-incarnational pagan society. Socrates' death, while being viewed as a tragedy, it's also very, it's Christ-like. In a way, it's almost like this unwitting prefigurement of Christ's sacrifice in a way. Yeah, I mean, I would rather die like Christ or Socrates. As a layperson, I'm willing to die like Socrates, even though I should also be willing to be nailed to a cross. someday I pray that I'll finally have the intestinal fortitude to be able to honestly say to someone, just please nail me to the cross. Nail me to a cross. Pierce my side, crown, whip me bloody, do whatever. But anyhow, so take the death of Socrates versus what happened to Nietzsche. What happened to Nietzsche? He didn't die in a blaze of glory. He didn't die a noble death. He was rendered mad. And where did he? And look where he ended up. He ended up in a sanitarium. He ended up in a straitjacket. Because the post-enlightenment, post-industrial spirit possessed him and drove him insane. So, anyhow, I forget why we got off on that tangent, but if we look at this, what Candace is referring to here, this is CERN. And not to beat a horse to death or anything, I know I have already drawn a parallel between current events and anime, but has anyone ever watched Steins Gate? I'll give you all a moment in chat to tell me if you've ever watched Steins Gate. For the uninitiated, Steins Gate is an anime about this kind of buffoon of a man who's trying to be a supervillain. Basically, he's trying to be a literal supervillain, and he ends up getting thrust into this situation involving time paradoxes and things like that, involving a microwave and a cell phone that somehow accidentally became almost like a time machine, but not quite. Like he's able to send text messages back into the past. And when he does so, he perceives jumping from one world line to another, whereas everyone else around him, because they're not the ones that had sent the message that changed, that created a branch of possible futures. It's a fascinating anime. It's definitely a slow burn until about the halfway point, and then it really kind of kicks into gear. But that's in Steins Gate. It incorporates a bit of internet lore, and for those who do delve into internet conspiracy theories, you probably are familiar with someone by the name of John Titor. Now, John Titor claims to be a time traveler from the future, from like 2036. Interestingly, that's fast approaching, isn't it? We're 10 years away. But he claims that he's from the future, and he came back to warn everybody about what's going to happen in the future. He claims that that time travel technology has been successfully created, and that CERN and that the only people who can use it is CERN, and that CERN basically becomes the evil dictators of the entire globe. Do I believe any of this? No. It's just another one of those sort of fun little rabbit hole conspiracy theories that you can find on the internet and chat about with your friends over a beer around a bonfire. But Steins Gate uses this internet lore about John Titor and incorporates it into the story, to the point where John Titor ends up being one of the characters, and CERN ends up being the main villain of the whole story. So that came to mind when Candace shows this picture. I'm like, wow, So yeah, so CERN are the bad guys too, huh? I guess they are. Who'd have thought it? Um, let's see. Jacobite Wiseman says time travel is impossible as hyperspace from Star Wars. Sure, yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. Of course, time travel is well, okay. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion, and there I don't know, there might be some there I'm just looking at my shelf here. I could probably and maybe I'll put myself to the test, not in the stream, but later on through the week. I guarantee you I can find a passage in St. Alphonsus Liguori's The Holy Eucharist where what he describes as occurring at the Mass is basically time travel. So, so I would argue that the Holy Mass, the sacrifice of the Mass, the representation of Christ on Calvary, and transubstantiation, all that is actually time travel, but transubstantially. Like we at the Mass we have time traveled back to Calvary to witness the once and for all redemptive act of the crucifixion. We just don't perceive it with our senses that that's what we've done. Okay, so might be a little controversial to some. I'll see if I can find passages from my patron saint that kind of has that sort of ring to it, and maybe I'll share it with everyone if I find it. If not, I'm still gonna hold to that. It's just a pious opinion. I don't expect it to be made dogma or anything, and I'm not gonna say that you necessarily have to believe me, but I'll do that one for you, Jacobite, and say that time travel is possible, but only during the sacrifice of liturgy. But in any case, this right here, that scientists, the brightest and best scientists in the world, are involved in pagan in pagan rituals of some kind, even if it isn't honest, even if it isn't an honest paganism, it's at least an appropriated paganism, as she kind of mentions that sorcerers they borrow and mask. They clothe things in symbolism from other religions, and sometimes in incredibly syncretic ways, in order to justify the things that they're doing. So, but yeah, don't make the mistake of assuming that it's only politicians, and this isn't the only example of the brightest and best scientists participating and practicing these things. Tomberg's third category of magic being sorcery. We know that one of the founding members of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory was basically a student of Aleister Crowley and was likely a member of Thelema. Okay. So there's that. We'll go ahead and we'll move on to the next clip. And this is where I'll probably end up having to do a search. Okay, this is where Candace starts to go off, where she starts to whip out the broad brush, and where she indiscriminately casts aspersions onto things that she only has a surface level understanding of. And it's at this point where I want to try to offer a corrective in order to prevent another satanic panic. And the reason why I want to prevent, as much as is possible, another satanic panic isn't just because I want to be able to play Dungeons and Dragons without being harassed by crunchy Protestant mamas. It's, again, panic is not a virtue. And when the first satanic panic happened, all the wrong people were targeted. There were a few cases, very few cases, maybe 2 at the most, out of the hundreds of instances that occurred. There were maybe 2 instances where the satanic panic managed to get it right, and of course one of those is Anton LaVey. You know, okay, you got one there. And there was another one, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. But by and large, 80% of the time, the satanic panic actually ended up persecuting rather actually innocent people. All right. I know in one, and there's one interesting edge case of Damien Eccles. He is an occultist, but he's not an occultist of the he's not in the know. He's not in the crowd. He's not in the same circles as Epstein. All right. Damien Eccles is an example of a Gen Xer who was basically rebelling against the imprudence of his parents' generation. He railed against the satanic panic and the way in which one does that when you've been agnosticized thanks to the bad example of your elders. You end up partaking of the thing that is being demonized. And so him and his 2 friends were in earnest practicing the ceremonies and rituals of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and maybe even a little bit of Crowley and Thelema or what have you. And they ended up getting falsely accused and imprisoned for murder because it was believed that they were the ones, given that they practiced the occult, and given that it was believed that the victim was ritually murdered, that they ended up being the ones that got the short straw. Now, had it not been a satanic panic, these young men, Damien Eccles included, may not have ever delved into the occult in order to find themselves in this circumstance, but they did. And it was a huge miscarriage of justice. And it was all because of the imprudence of evangelical Protestants and the sensationalism of the satanic panic. And and as my parents are living testaments of it, this Protestant hyperscrupulosity, what I call negative superstition. Negative superstition being the belief that the evil things actually do affect the evil ends that they supposedly represent, the evocation of, which is sort of like not an inverse, but a negative, like a photo negative version of what would be positive superstition. Positive superstition would be that you're doing the thing that is superstitious in good faith, that it actually is efficacious. And so the photonegative of that is negative superstition, being that you are, per your religion, opposed to those idolatrous superstitions, but yet you believe that those that those evil idolatrous superstitions still actually effectuate what it is they purport to effectuate, which I would argue is a form of superstition. But I refer to it as negative superstition because it's like the photonegative of positive or affirmative superstition, idolatry, all the things that we are genuinely as Christians not supposed to do, right? But this negative superstition, this Protestant hyperscrupulosity, had even infected the church. It infected the laity, the Catholic laity, and a few of the priests got swept up into it, like Father Mitch Pacwa over at EWTN. He wrote a book called Catholics in the New Age, where he's warning everybody about New Age practices. And it's all well and good. Yes, the Enneagram is a bunch of hokum, and it can be used by the diabolic to their own ends. Anyhow, so I guess with that, I'll play this clip, and then I'm going to go into one of the tabs, and we're going to actually search something. And please forgive me, we're going to use Wikipedia. I'm only going to use Wikipedia because Candace is going to use Wikipedia. So here we go.
There at the bottom, and in case you can't see what is pointing to the middle, it says place of sacrifice or worship. Okay? Place of sacrifice or worship in the middle there. So I want you to note that in this Freemason Bible, it illustrates that a sacrifice must be made in the center of a pentagon. That's a pentagon, 5 sides, like a house. And I thought, how curious that Charlie was indeed seated in the center of a pentagon when he was killed. Let me demonstrate that for you. You can see that right there.
Okay, so just a quick context to give. Just giving context. So she obtained in the mail from someone who watches her show a Freemasonic Bible. Now, she claims that the Bible was in the possession of a 33rd degree Mason. All right. And that the person who gave it to her was related in some way or fashion to this 33rd degree Mason, and that they burned everything else, and that he had kept this Bible and had it in the back of his truck for 10 years, so they claim. And so he sends it to her. Now, Candace seems to imply that this Bible is not like all the other Freemasonic Bibles, that this is a special Masonic Bible that belongs only to 33rd degree Masons. So let me make some adjustments here. We're going to take this into theater mode moment. Maybe. I'm trying. I guess we're not going into theater mode. Okay, we're going to go into full screen. And we're going to go to the title page. Okay. Well, so first issue right off the bat, she doesn't show us the title page, and she doesn't show us the copyright information, the INSB number, the Library of Congress number. She doesn't show us that page. You know, every book published within the last, 50, 60 or more years is going to have a page. And we'll use this book here to provide a little teaser for y'all. So you take a book and you go to this page. You go to a page like this. Okay, this page right here. All right, try to get in the light. So this page right here is the copyright information. Tells you the name of the publisher. Tells you if this is a subsequent edition. It tells you when the first edition was printed. It tells you, gives you the copyright of the publisher, the ISBN number, and it gives you the United States of America Library of Congress number. And then the whole, like, all rights reserved, no part of this book may be used or reproduced in any manner, la da 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 da, okay? Every book published in the last 60, 70 years has this copyright page. It's right after the title page, okay? So she doesn't show us the information on that page or on the title page, because I would imagine that if you have, if you're making the claim that this is a book, a copy of a book that only belongs to a select few type of individuals, you would think that it would be reflected on the title page and anywhere else in the front matter of the book. Okay. However, she doesn't show us that, so we only have her word, which it's not necessarily her word. It's the word of the person who sent this Bible to her. My discernment on this is that it's just a copy of any old. This is just a copy of just any old Masonic Bible that sits in the middle of the lodge at any given lodge, and that it just happened to be in the possession of a supposed, alleged 33rd degree Mason. So that's something that we need to take into consideration here with all this. Also of note is that just like with all Bibles, the front matter of a Bible is going to have, let me get my copy of the Douay Reims. That's how you know how Catholic I am, because I have a Douay Reims Bible. The front matter of any Bible is going to have, it's going to have a page like this, or sometimes multiple pages that are like this, where it's presented to, and it'll have a place where you can put the family register. You can put all the births and marriages, and you can put the family register of deaths. And then you'll have, in most Bibles, you'll have a preface of some kind, right? Interestingly, to kind of juxtapose this Masonic Bible to this Catholic Bible, where we have this page here, which looks to me like a registry page. In this Bible, this is the St. Benedict Press, Douay Reims. Really nice edition of the Bible, very readable. And by readable, I mean the font is readable. The Bernese Press edition of the Douay Reims is unreadable, in my opinion, just because of the font choice alone. Anyhow, but similar to this Masonic Bible, we got a page where it explains the Benedict medal, which I've done a few videos of in the past. And I'm probably going to do another video here about St. Benedict medal in the future, just to try to, again, collate the information from my other disparate videos and put them into a live stream. Because I'm also gonna write an essay about it and what I've been able to find, what I've not been able to find out about it, and just to kind of draw some questions up about its origins. But anyhow, so yeah, so every Bible has pages for registering things and the like. Nothing to see here. But with this particular Bible, what it looks like is happening here is we have two empty registration, where we have a page of two registries. It looks like the top half of the page looks like it's supposed to be a registry of dates. Dates when one is initiated, when they passed, and when they were raised, and the name of the individual. And I'm sure there's multiple pages like this. Now, the second half of the page, and unfortunately she doesn't get into this, given that she's granted the main topic of this episode of hers was more so about how Trump has betrayed us, and I agree with her. If you don't, if you're curious about my thoughts on that, watch last week's live stream and follow me on Substack. You can read my notes. So the second half of this page looks just like similar to the one above, and what's interesting is the symbol there is, if I'm not mistaken, and we're going to look this up here very shortly, I believe that is the star for the Order of the Eastern Star, which is sort of like this co-ed chapter of Freemasonry that both men and women can join, whereas in regular Freemasonry only men can join. But yeah, so Order of the Eastern Star, you can either male or female can join. And so, but it's like, as you can see here, it's a registry for the name, the address of the person, when they were elected, when they were initiated, and when they were advanced within the Order of the Eastern Star. Now, as far as the symbolism of the Order of the Eastern Star, let's go to Wikipedia. Again, I know it's not the best, but here we go. All right. Order of the Eastern Star. Oh, would you look at that? We've got the logo. Normally they have higher res images of the logo, but all right. So there it is. All right. That is the logo, the emblem of the General Grand Chapter of the Order of the Eastern Star, which is what is probably being referenced. There we go, on this page here, which since it's Grand Chapter, it makes me think that you have to be elected to join it. You have to be initiated into it, so on and so forth, just like you have to be initiated into the three main degrees of Blue Lodge Masonry. All right. So, what are the symbols? Okay, well, first of all, what's the Order of the Eastern Star? It is a Masonic appendant body open to both men and women, established in 1850 by a lawyer and educator. and adopted and approved as an appendant body of the Masonic fraternity in 1873. It is based on the teachings from the Bible, and is open to people of all religious beliefs. It has approximately 10,000 chapters in 18 countries and approximately 500,000 members under its General Grand Chapter. Members of the Order of the Eastern Star are aged 18 and older. Men must be Master Masons, which would explain why, it occurs on the latter half of this page, because it comes after you've reached 3rd degree Master Mason. Make sense? All right. Let's see. Women must be sponsored, I'm assuming by their husbands or by other Master Masons. Originally, a woman would have to be the daughter, widow, wife, sister, or mother of a Master Mason. The order now allows other relatives, as well as allowing Job's Daughters and Rainbow Girls members. So I'm guessing Rainbow Girls is like their version of Girl Scouts, Job's Daughters. I'm not sure. Anyhow. So there you go. Not necessarily concerned with the history. Let's get to the emblem. All right. This is why we can't allow panic or hysteria to set in when we are dealing with this sort of thing, because when you become too sensationalistic, you run the risk of being very easy to discredit. And this is one of the things that Candace has an active problem in, is occasionally, like here, regarding these sorts of things, her presentation is emboldened, impassioned. It stirs you to action, and there's a time and place for that. But it comes at the expense of her being transparent and honest about what she has read and what she hasn't read, and things like this. And so this is why we have to be diligent and prudent and temperate whenever we start to brush up against the people who really do not have our interests at heart. Let's quickly take another look before we get into it. So I don't know if I can zoom in, but if you take a screen capture and you try to zoom in, and this is another thing that just irks me to no end, she should have zoomed in, because if you zoom in, you would know that in the center of this pentagram is not necessarily an altar. I mean, what's in the center is more of like a lectionary, a place where you put the Bible. In the context of Freemasonry, it's likely the Masonic altar inside of the lodge, where the copy of the Masonic Bible is placed, and usually is open. It's opened at the start of their ceremonies or whatever. That's what that represents. The thing that's on the table is the Bible. Probably a Protestant Bible. It probably only has 66 books. It probably doesn't have all of the Apocrypha or the Deuterocanonicals. I've never flipped through one, okay? To be able to tell you, for full transparency's purpose. But that's what's on the altar, all right? So here we see the emblem of the order is a 5-pointed star with a white ray of the star pointing downwards towards the manger. Okay? The meaning of the letters FATAL surrounding the center pentagon in the emblem is only revealed to members of the order. Okay, now that is a fair point of contention with which you can go down the rabbit hole on if you want. And I guarantee you that it's probably written in a book. I guarantee you, just as with everything else in Freemasonry, they claim that they have these secrets, but it's all written down. It's already written. You just have to get into the libraries. You just have to get into their libraries. You just have to buy, like, it's, they say it's a secret. It's not secret. Because again, that as Father Ripperger explains in many of his talks, occultists, secret societies, demons, they can't help but put the seeds out for you to figure it out. They, as much as they try to obscure, they can't help but put their little calling card in to let you know they're doing it. All right? I guarantee you that there is a book out there somewhere where someone has spilled the beans, or where someone who was a member wrote it down in a book for posterity, and it's sitting in some library, or it's sitting on some obscure website that sells obscure books. Maybe even on eBay. You could probably find it on eBay. I found a copy of Jacob Burma's The Aurora that was published by a Freemasonic publisher. All right. So, like, it's not impossible to figure out what this acronym FATAL stands for. All right. So in the chapter room, the downward pointing white rays point to the west. The character building lessons taught in the order are stories inspired by the biblical figures, and all the rays of the star in this emblem are symbols referring to Ruth, Esther, Martha, and Electa. Okay. Oh. Biblical figures such as Jephthah's daughter in the Book of Judges, Ada, she's represented by the color blue. Esther is the crown and the scepter. Ruth is the sheaf of barley on the red field. So it's like, what are we doing here? You know, so these are the things. These are the things that these are the steps that you have to take. These are the little extra steps that you have to take in order to avoid in order to avoid panic, in order to avoid sensationalism, imprudence, intemperance. And this is really my only problem that I have, for the most part, on a couple of occasions with Candace. Otherwise, I again, as I've stated earlier in this video, I don't generally have much objection to her. I appreciate the format of investigation that she has initiated, this open source style investigation where you bring in people from the public, allow them to participate, since the authorities clearly have no interest in actually getting to the bottom of anything or exploring every possible scenario. And these open source investigations are a way in which we the people in the United States of America can go about a revolution without having to spill a drop of blood. And so there is value in that. But because she is jumping to conclusions here, presents an issue. And the issue at stake is a superficial understanding accompanied by an irrational panic that's going to lead to a second satanic panic, like Mark Stavish, one of the who I believe is a Freemason, in addition to being an occultist. He wrote a piece. I did my video on Charlie Kirk, my only video I did on Charlie Kirk. We kind of go over Mark Stavish's piece that he wrote, where he's wondering about, is there going to be a second satanic panic? Well, if Candace keeps doing the things like she's doing them regarding these subjects, yes, we are going to end up in a second satanic panic. And the end result of it is going to be another Damien Eccles. It's going to result in an entire generation apostatizing. And they're going to apostatize because they're going to see the lack of virtue that animates the panic. This is why I'm doing this live stream today, to try to provide the context to the things that she's saying, that she's showing us, because she's one of the largest podcasts in the world. Her voice, her every time she drops a video, her what do you call it? What do you want to call it? Her sensationalism has a palpable effect. And in fact, I would wager that some of her coverage, some of her investigation into Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk, amongst other things, is actually leading in a subtle way, not an overt way, but in a subtle way, is basically causing all the ritual murderers, the ritual children murderers, it's subtly causing them to amp up the agenda, to speed run what it is that they're trying to do. And that is why everything that's happening in Iran is happening. And so it's, again, stuff like this. You can't just sit there, show this page, provide no other context, and just say, oh, look at this. And here's another thing that I should probably mention. All right. I highly doubt that this handwriting, these notes, guarantee you, these notes were written in there by the person who sent her this Bible. And they probably didn't tell her that they wrote those notes. They probably took this Bible, and for all we know, they might even be lying to her. And we have to entertain that possibility. That's the prudent thing to do. If it's the case that they are lying to her about how they obtained this Bible, then we have to assume that they're the ones that wrote those things in there and that they didn't tell her that they did. In which case, it would be easy for her to think that the 33rd degree Mason was the one who wrote these notes on this page. And that is highly disingenuous and incredibly dishonest. And we really should expect more of her. We should expect more of Candace. We should expect better of Candace as a fellow sister in Christ. And if she is going, if for whatever reason, by providence or by the hatred of someone who comes across this video, if she ends up clipping me, if she, God forbid, well, maybe not God forbid, but if by providence God wills that she decides to drag my video through the mud in one of her episodes, I pray that she at least takes the opportunity to maybe be a little more forthcoming about who she thinks wrote these notes, and maybe a little bit more honest about whether or not she's actually looked into any of the symbolism here, or any of the other things that we're about to get into. Okay, that's all I'm asking of her, is to be more honest, to be more diligent. I want her to be more diligent, because a retraction does not get enough attention. The initial reporting is what gets all the attention. So, and this is why prudence and temperance are just so important. We can't jump to conclusions, and we have to understand things. So I just wanted to point that out about these notes here. I guarantee you these notes were put in here by the person who sent her this Bible. And however they obtained it, I don't think that they obtained it from who they said they did. That's my opinion. And it's a rational opinion to hold until we have or are given evidence, hard evidence to the contrary. Like, for example, like we already talked about the place of sacrifice as being in the middle. Well, if we go here, it's just a table with the Bible on it. All right. There was another one that pointed to the sword, like the sword, and the guy's note is like Templar Knight, which just tells me that whoever sent her this book is probably some raging evangelical who hates the Catholic Church and thinks that it's the whore of Babylon. Whereas, so it's the blue field. Let's see, where's the blue? White, color green, red. Okay, so here we go. So Ada, Jephthah's daughter, represented by the color blue and the sword and veil. And it's, according to the order, it represents the virtue of obedience. We can say yes, in the Catholic Church, Freemasonry is not permissible for Catholics to be initiated into. Their beliefs are highly contrary to the truths of Revelation, Revelation, tradition, and the magisterium of the Church. And any Catholic who is initiated into Freemasonry is automatically excommunicated. With that being said, I would find it hard to believe that the virtue of obedience being represented by a sword and veil in relation to a biblical figure is all that, no, it's not a Templar sword, Mr. Anonymous, whoever you are. What's the other one? Fallen Prince, the pillar. All right, so the pillar, that's the green. Where's the green? Color white. Here we go. Martha, the sister of Mary and Lazarus. from the Gospel of Luke and Gospel of John. In Eastern Star, Martha is represented by the color green and a broken column. She represents the virtue of endurance in trial. That makes sense. The pillar is what they tied Jesus to when they whipped him, when he was scourged. So, no, Mr. Anonymous person, it is not a symbol of a fallen prince. So, again, I urge Candace, if she sees this, I urge her to be a little less trusting of people who put their notes into your material evidence that would naturally manipulate you into having the reaction that you did in your episode. Okay? Because to do so is not is actually not in pursuit of the truth. What I just did here is to demonstrate what should have been done when presented with this page from this Masonic Bible. All right? Not everybody who sends you things, not everybody who sends you tips has your best interest at heart, now more than ever. So you need to guard your integrity, because any small tarnish to it is going to render you mute, no matter how loud you try to be in blowing the whistle. And and I pray people like Candace and Zach Costello and like Ian Carroll and all these people who are doing more to try to get to the bottom of things and to ask any and all possible questions, rational questions about recent events. Like, I want them to succeed. I want them to help us all understand what's really going on. But we can't. But if we conduct ourselves the way that we're seeing in this instance with Candace, when it comes to subjects of the esoteric and the occult, then it's going to cause more harm than good. Let's move on. It looks like we're probably going to be a little bit of a longer program tonight, because we're only through a few clips. But let's move on to the next clip. And I'll make sure I'm muted. Here we go.
The satanic panic that happened was real. Children are being harmed. They have been harmed in occult ceremonies for a very long time. This is an ancient practice. And this is not to be confused with Judaism in any way. In fact, they rely on you confusing it. In no shape or form does this have anything to do with any of the monotheistic religions.
Okay. Yes, she is correct in that they use the veneer of Judaism, they use the veneer of paganism, of Christianity, of some of them even use Arabic sources as well, in order to cloak the things that they are doing. However, let's see. What was this first part again?
The satanic panic that happened was real. Children are being harmed. They have been harmed in occult ceremonies for a very long time.
Okay. Yes, ritual abuse, ritualistic abuse of children does happen. We know that. We know that now. We have material evidence now. Or not material, we have documented evidence of that now. Thanks to the Epstein files. But again, the Satanic Panic was void of virtue. It was devoid of virtue. There was nothing virtuous about the Satanic Panic. It was all puffed up self-righteousness filled with pride, led by heretics, that led to the agnosticization. Like I said, it led to the agnosticization of 2 generations. Therefore, by the fruits ye shall know them. The fruits of the Satanic Panic are rotten fruits. And as I've said, the people who benefited from the Satanic Panic were the actual people committing ritualistic child abuse. The real occultists. Anton LaVey was LARPing. He was a LARP. He had no idea what he was doing. Frankly, he was an idiot. And contributed absolutely nothing. Even to occultism. He contributed nothing to occultism. He was a deadbeat charlatan who was, it was all performance. All performance. All right? He wasn't a real occultist. The real occultists were the ones that were far from the spotlight that the Satanic Panic placed on the wrong people. People like Damien Eccles. I don't agree with the practices of Damien Eccles. And I would never suggest to anyone to practice anything of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. At all. But for all, despite that, Damien Eccles was innocent of murder. And he only touched the occult because of his recognition that the Satanic Panic was inducing pride, self-righteousness, and all that is opposed to Christian virtue in his family and his community. So yes, the impetus that spurred the concept which fueled the Satanic Panic is based on facts that there is ritualistic child abuse occurring. But because people allowed the vice of intemperance and imprudence to rule the day, we were left with rotten fruits, and the actual people who were doing these things got away with it because in our hubris, in the boomer evangelical hubris, they completely missed the mark. And if you know anything about the etymology of the word sin, you know you don't want to miss the mark. Because when you miss the mark, it means you're sinning. You are in sin. All right? So an entire generation of evangelical Protestant boomers sinned and in their sin, let the bad guys, the actual bad guys, get away. Just a bunch of distracted dogs. Like, they're just distracted by the bone, the pig's ear. It smells so good. It's that pig's ear. Oh, it's so easy to crunch on. Meanwhile, the mammoth bone is hiding behind the curtain. It's just unfortunate. All right, next clip. All right, gonna mute myself here.
Judaism is merely a mask that these pagan occultists wear, just like Christianity is one of the masks that they wear. Judaism is merely a mask.
Yeah, and this is true. Case in point, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn, it was practiced syncretism, condemned by the Catholic Church, by the way, and which is not something that Sophiergy dabbles in at all. Syncretism is anathema to Sophiergy, to the work of the Catholic cunning man. But the Golden Dawn were a syncretic cult of esotericists who sought to, who created through their, they created their own rituals that were not based on any historical tradition whatsoever. It was kind of piecemealed together. And so all of the rituals, which you know, not that I would never suggest for you to practice any of it, but if you want to see the kind of what their rituals comprised of, Israel Regardie compiled all their rituals into a single tome, which you can find copies of if you want to take a look at those. My suggestion, if you were to do so, would be to only look at it from the standpoint of research, in order to be able to recognize these rituals as they're occurring, so that you can recognize the effects of them, and things of that nature. As a means of knowing how to diagnose. Again, it's like the idea of the Hexenmeister in Pennsylvania Dutch, Bracherei or powwow. In Pennsylvania Dutch Bracherei, there's a person known as a Hexenmeister, translated roughly as the Hexmaster. It doesn't mean that he is the master of casting hexes. He is the master of providing remedy for hexes. He has knowledge of the hexes that exist, and because of this knowledge, he's able to prescribe the antidote to them. So if you're going to get the black brick of the Golden Dawn, which is like the complete rituals that they did, then make sure to do it in the spirit of a Hexenmeister, that you're studying it not to practice it. You're studying it in order to diagnose and to prescribe the remedy for it, as a Christian, in order to help deliver your brothers and sisters in Christ that you have spiritual jurisdiction over. Spiritual jurisdiction is very important. Another concept that we need to make sure that we abide by as we practice Catholic cunning work, or also known as Sophiergy. But she is right. In the instance of the Golden Dawn, they appropriated Judaism and Christianity and pagan beliefs, and it's this strange syncretic gobbledygook that the demons take advantage of. It's not like the stuff doesn't actually, like, it does. It has. It's the only way in which it is efficacious is that the demons recognize what it is that you're doing, and they recognize that it actually has no power. But they're going to go ahead and they're going to interact with you anyhow to make you think that you're actually doing something when you really aren't. So there's that. Now, this isn't the only instance of this syncretism, this casting the veneer of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, paganism onto these occult things, because too many of these occultists, they view the things, the symbols, and the corpus, the corpuses, the corpi, the canons, the literature of these religions, as tools, as things that are useful. And as Valentin Tomberg warns us in Meditations on the Tarot, that it's like sacred magic. Again, just to review for those who are just jumping on, there are 3 categories of magic per Valentin Tomberg. They can be boiled down to make it simple, and to keep the spirit of the passage intact. There's sacred magic, personal magic, and sorcery. In sacred magic, it's God's will be done. In personal magic, it's my will be done. In sorcery, it is the will of something I do not understand or fully comprehend be done. In other words, the will of the demons be done. Golden Dawn is sorcery. It falls under the category of sorcery. There isn't anything in Golden Dawn magic or any of the offshoots, Thelema, anything Aleister Crowley did. All of that is sorcery for sure. Personal magic incorporates science, like modern science. An example is the atomic bomb is the product of personal magic, meaning my will be done. Nuclear power, electricity, automobiles, engineering and architecture are forms of personal magic. And as Tomberg also says, personal magic, it straddles a very fine line. It's very easy for it to fall into truly your, because like you can align your will with God's. It is possible, but more often than not, our will isn't always 100% aligned with that of God's. And so in personal magic, it's precarious. Best not to delve into it, but it is it can occasionally produce that which is within the active will of God, but it can also easily slip into that which is not, but that which God will passively allow. But again, it's always better just to stay in the realm of sacred magic. One form of personal magic that I'm investigating, or that I'm going to be investigating probably at the end of this year and the beginning of next, is going to be related to things such as arithmology, as opposed to numerology. I mean, yes, we know that numbers possess symbolism, that numbers possess qualities in addition to representing quantities. Um, and that's just by the sheer virtue of numbers reoccurring throughout Scripture. They contain virtue. They contain virtues. Um, and so with that comes arithmology, which is, some would say that's the manipulation of numbers. But my question to people who would hold that is how doing math is not manipulation. Math is not manipulative because it follows very strict rules. It follows mathematics follows natural law. It follows natural logic. But anyhow, that's diversion. We can talk about all that stuff another time. I'll take a moment to take a look at some chats because it looks like we've got some chats going in here. Scroll up in here. Jacobite Wiseman asks, any creationist dinosaur dragon documentaries? I think they're available. I'm not sponsored by them. I've corresponded with someone who's about to release a book with them about creationism and biblical geocentrism. They're called the Kolbe Academy, the Kolbe Center. The Kolbe Center. And they publish books, DVDs, and teaching materials for homeschooling related to issues concerning our origins, the origins of creation, the origins of man, and our history as informed by divine revelation. So if you're interested in those kinds of things, Jacobite, I would highly recommend you go and check out Kolbe Center. They got some great stuff. Astral Counterpoint says Candace definitely comes off as a conspiracy nut. Like I've said, she is willing to ask any and all questions. She's willing to follow any and all leads that come to her, because following leads is how you determine whether or not it's a dead end. And if it's a dead end, then you just cross that off the list. Some of them are going to be preposterous. And this is why the authorities at press briefings say that they cannot comment, because it's an active investigation. Why? Because in an active investigation, you are pursuing any and all leads at your disposal that meet the bare minimum of rationality. Okay, so I wouldn't say that she is a conspiracy nut. She has read the literature that is out there that documents a lot of this stuff, and the literature that she has read is not what you're going to find at the metaphysics, at the New Age section at Barnes and Noble. We're not talking Graham Hancock. We're not talking Chariot of the Gods. We're not talking about aliens and UFOs. The stuff that she's reading has direct implications about concerning the people who currently rule over us. And if you think that makes one a conspiracy nut, okay, I can't stop you from thinking that, but I just want you to take a moment to consider that asking questions and bearing out the natural logic of those questions is how you investigate. That's just how it's done. And sometimes people come to the wrong conclusions, and if they do, you're free to disagree with them. But like she says, the pursuit of truth is everything, because to pursue truth is to pursue Christ. And actually that's not her saying it. That's what Thomas Aquinas says at the very beginning of the Summa Theologica. Okay? Which I'm sure her husband has read and has done his best to try to distill that stuff for her. Let's see. Astral Counterpoint says neo-Gnosticism is already here. Well, Gnosticism never went away. It's always been around, and it'll always be around. But again, there's a problem with the phrase neo-Gnosticism, or just Gnosticism in general, because what's funny is none of the church fathers called any of the Gnostics. They referred to them by the name of the person holding a heresy. So the Valentinians, they were Gnostics by the modern conception. But the church fathers never referred to Valentinianism as Gnosticism. They referred to it as Valentinianism. They referred to the ones practicing the heresy as Valentinians. And so on and so forth. The Ophites, they were a sect that has been loosely categorized to be Gnostic, but were never referred to as Gnostics by anybody in authority in the church. They were referred to as Ophites. It was referred to as Ophianism. All right. So, gnosis is something that is involved in the spiritual life. This is a fact. St. Paul is the one who uses the word gnosis. I can pull you the Greek New Testament. I can pull it out for you, and I'd be able to show you the word that Paul uses for a very specific type of knowledge that's related to divine things, and he calls it gnosis. So gnosis in and of itself is not heretical or contrary to the Christian faith. What academics have labeled as big G Gnosticism is just a blanket term referring to a bunch of very specific early late antiquity heresies. So and so I would argue Gnosticism has always been here. But when I say that, I'm saying it in the sense of the academic label of big G Gnosticism. Gnosticism has always been here, which is just another way of which, again, we'll call it instead modernism. The heresy of modernism, which is what? The synthesis of all heresies. So in that sense, you could say modernism is neo-Gnosticism. So yeah, take that as you will. Jacobite Wiseman says, "I'll take David Wemhoff over Candace Owens." I must admit I don't know who that is. I don't get that deep. I'll occasionally watch Ian Carroll. I'll occasionally watch Candace. I occasionally watch Tucker. But sure as shit, I don't watch Mark Levin, Shapiro. In fact, I don't even the Catholic guys over at Daily Wire. I don't watch anything they do. You know, I used to watch Pints with Aquinas, but Pints with Aquinas. It's actually really sad that he went over to Daily Wire, because now he has to pull punches, which is really sad. Just like Michael Knowles has to pull punches. Matt Walsh, he's just sitting in the corner, brooding, because you can almost see it in his face nowadays. He knows his time is almost up over there. He knows that Catholicism isn't going to stand for any other crap that the Daily Wire is doing behind the scenes. So let's see. Jacobite Wiseman talking about Golden Dawn stuff. He said, "As I'd only want to know in order to stop." Exactly. Yes, that is the proper frame with which you approach any of the esoteric and occult literature that exists. It is for study in order to know how to stop it and to know who and what to pray for. Christina Marie, good evening. Joining a bit late. Thank you for joining. Astral Counterpoint says, let's see, Gardnerian Wicca, an offshoot of OTO, along with Lima. Don't not to forget Blavatsky and Theosophy. Yeah, that's yeah. Those are all. It's all offshoots. Well, Theosophy is kind of its own thing. Blavatsky, Lord only knows where she came up with all that crap. She clearly spent way too much time in India, and decided to bastardize Eastern mythology in order to create a cult following. I don't think there's nothing genuine in Blavatsky and Theosophy, and the YouTuber Roger Buck, he does a really good job of drawing parallels of modern New Age theology and practice with this, with having its origins with Madame Blavatsky. And the only reason he knows that is because he before he was Catholic, he was at Findhorn. He was all in on New Ageism, and he read all the literature. And understood it. So if you want to deep dive into the relationship between Blavatsky and Theosophy and the modern New Age, Roger Buck is your guy. Astral Counterpoint asks about psalm magic. Is it bad? Well, again, we look to the Tomberg's categorization. The three types of magic: sacred, personal, sorcery. Sacred magic is God's will be done. Sorcery, or personal magic, is my will be done. Sorcery is the will of something unknown be done. When it comes to psalm magic, it depends. It would depend largely on the tradition. If we're talking about hoodoo and voodoo, the hoodoo and voodoo have a version of psalm magic which is more informed, it's more like it's been grafted onto practice, superstitious practices. So voodoo is an example of an esoteric tradition that appropriates Christianity for its own ends. And I would say that it would be, you would have to take each psalm and you would have to meditate, contemplate, pray about the meaning of the psalm. You would need to study commentary on the Psalms by the Church Fathers, Thomas Aquinas, Cornelius a Lapide, in order to get a sense of the meaning of the psalm. And once you know the meaning of a psalm, then you can discern the best ways in which to apply the psalm. And doing it that way would be a true and fruitful version of psalm magic, if you will. For example, there's a handful of psalms. I think we need to dust them off for everything that we've got going on, and I think we all need to do like a 54-day novena of all the imprecatory psalms. And we need to have to keep in mind while we pray these psalms, to have in mind all of the people in the Epstein files, and all the warmongers, and all the politicians who have betrayed their word and have betrayed this country, so that we have to do what Peter did to what was his name? was it Ananias and his wife? He cursed them. Oh, an apostle cursed somebody? Yes, an apostle cursed somebody. If you want a discussion about what's called the maledict option, faithful Christian cursing, that is actually not contrary to scripture or tradition, I would suggest the episode of the Nostalgia Podcast with Sebastian Morello and Brian Scarf. It's a great podcast, by the way. But yeah, one of their early episodes is called the Maledict Option, and it's basically a discussion and sort of they're talking about the history of Christian cursing. They mentioned that in England there is actually a manuscript, a medieval manuscript from a liturgical book of blessings, and in this liturgical book is a liturgical solemn curse that is effectuated by the celebrant, the priest, the bishop, whoever it is. So yeah, there is such a thing as Christian cursing, but we have to remember that it is always the goal is always for the conversion of the sinner. Because we do not wish damnation upon anybody. Damnation is something that we do not want for anyone, for any human soul, especially these unfortunate souls that practice these terrible and awful things. And so the goal of these these liturgical curses, it's written out pretty plainly that the goal is always the conversion of the sinner, and the curse will only lift once repentance is had and once reconciliation occurs. So we have to bear that in mind. All right, let's try to get through the rest here. I think we'll go here to her main video. I paused it at this part because it was getting close to me having to start, so I wasn't able to clip farm anything else. This stretch of video right here is where she gets into another section of the Masonic Bible that she has a copy of, wherein it's sort of like a preface, just like my Douay Rheims has a preface. This Masonic Bible has a preface, and it's related to this topic of symbolism. So let's hear what she has to say.
They do these sorts of things. That piece, by the way, about the symbolism, sort of overt and in your face, is also made clear in the very early pages of this quote-unquote Freemason Bible. That symbolism is actually crucial. In fact, it's a science to them. You're not imagining things. Right here at the top, it states this. Again, from this quote-unquote Freemason Bible. It reads, "It has been correctly stated that symbolism constitutes the very essence of Freemasonry. Freemasonry is essentially the science of symbolism." Further down,
Okay. This is another instance of where she lets her emotions override her accuracy. And notice right there, she said that Freemasonry is essentially the science of symbolism. No, that's not what it says. We need to be accurate, because her enemies and the enemies of people who try to sound the alarm about all this stuff, they always try to get you with the details, because the devil is in the details, right? Devil's in the details. And it is a crucial detail that in this Masonic Bible, it says that Freemasonry is essentially a science of symbolism, not the science of symbolism. All right? Now, I'm sure there are Freemasons who believe that Freemasonry is the be-all, end-all science of symbolism. I don't doubt that. But that's not what this preface says. Okay. So, yeah, we've got to get our ducks in a row. This is how you lose credibility, when you are reading something verbatim and you have a little dyslexic moment, all right? And again, retractions are forgotten. Retractions are always forgotten. And this is why it is so important to be diligent. We have to be diligent if we're going to convince people to join the side of those who wish to save the children, to save young women, to free us from the throes of these absolute perverted despots and oligarchs that we now know we have. Any loss of credibility tarnishes the efforts of people like Candace and Ian Carroll and Tucker Carlson and the like. If you're as public facing as Candace is, with all the millions of viewers that she has, this kind of stuff, you can't do it, because someone's going to clip farm it just like I just did. But they're going to try to discredit everything that you've said for mistaking A with the. I'm not saying that everything I'm not here to attack her. This is a fraternal correction as a fellow brother in Christ to a sister in Christ. I'm trying to be helpful. I may be a little bit stern about it, but it's because looking at the natural, logical conclusion of a second satanic panic, that videos like this roil up. It's really important to avoid that. We can't allow ourselves to get into another satanic panic, because then the real bad guys are going to get away with it again. Because without virtue, without temperance and prudence and diligence and right discernment, the bad guys are going to get away. And we're going to end up focusing on the wrong people, on innocent people. And innocent people will get harmed by the people who are trying to help. We have to avoid this. We'll continue.
It offers us a section entitled The Science of Symbolism Explained. It reads, a symbol or an emblem is an occult representation of something unknown or concealed by a sign or a thing that is known. So something you recognize kind of carrying deeper meaning. And it gives us some examples. Incredibly, you wouldn't believe me if I didn't show it to you. It gives the example of a square. A square is in Freemasonry an emblem or a symbol of morality. A plumb line, the symbol of rectitude, and the beehive as a symbol of industry.
Okay. Here, give me 1 second. Let me find something for you. Okay, here we go. Where do we go here? All right. So the science of symbolism. Yes, a symbol or an emblem is an occult representation of something unknown or concealed as a sign or a thing that is known. It is the expression of an idea which is derived from the comparison or contrast with some object with a moral conception or attribute. A symbol may be the representation of an idea by a visible object. It is then both a symbol and an emblem, or it may be the representation of an idea incorporated in a narrative. So I can't see the top of the page, but But basically, in a narrative form, if you look at some of the Masonic rituals, which again, they're not secret. They're actually not secret. The meaning of them is not secret either. You can find copies of Masonic ritual and you can buy them off Amazon. It's not secret. Uh, um, the so like the Masonic rituals are basically recreations of this mythological instance related to Hiram Abiff and his murder during the construction of the Second Temple. And so here's the thing. So the science of symbolism, that, more or less, that is what symbolism is. It's the purpose of symbolism. Now, as far as the metaphysics, the philosophy of symbols, I haven't yet gotten to do my deep dive into Jean Barea, who was a metaphysician, who is a metaphysician. He's almost 100. He's like 93, 94 now. But he's a French theologian and philosopher who is Catholic, and he actually has his own criticisms of the Second Vatican Council. For some reason, Bishop Tessier of the SSPX, who was the bishop who confirmed me, he had written some things in opposition to Jean Barea. Again, falling into the trap of operating under atheistic or agnostic conceptions and categories of Gnosticism, which is something that Jean Barea tried to remedy, and as well as Wolfgang Smith, the late Wolfgang Smith, who apparently knew or corresponded with Jean Barea. But yeah, Jean Barea, he wrote a lot of stuff in critique of René Guénon. Like there are some merits to René Guénon, but again, he has his areas where he's problematic, and so my inclination is to investigate in what ways Jean Barea is maybe the antidote to René Guénon or the traditional Catholic. So I've only read introductions to his concepts, his philosophical concepts. And I need to do some more serious studying. So that is some transparency on my part about the lengths to which I understand the philosophy, the theology behind symbols and images and so on and so forth. I know that, so I do plan on getting started reading the corpus of Jean Barea that is currently translated in English. There's a lot more that still has yet to be translated, and the folks over at Angelico Press are doing a wonderful job of being the ones to publish those works as they become available in English. Now, if you know how to read French, you can get all his stuff, because everything that he writes is in French. But anyhow, but there is a philosophy and a theology behind symbols, and it relates to the concept of the imago, of the image, of which we are the image and likeness of God, and so that's not a light statement. There's a lot of gravity behind that idea that we are the image of God, right? So imagery is important. Imagery, there is something really, really important to imagery. And symbols, well, gosh, just go over to Jonathan Pajot. Go to his channel, The Symbolic World. What's his famous saying? Symbolism happens. Everything, like, symbols are not something that you should be demonizing, and I feel as if in the first 20 minutes of this episode of Candace's, that she's like casting dispersions against symbolism, against the science of symbolism. Science is study. It's the study of the knowledge. It's the knowledge of symbols. The science of symbolism is the knowledge of symbolism. Science of symbolism is the inquiry into symbolism. And once you understand what symbols are, their function, their effect, and where they exist in the chain of causation, then it is possible to construct your own symbols, and we do this all the time. Look at all the brands. Look at Nike, Apple, McDonald's, Tor Publishing, HarperCollins Publishing, Penguin, I'm trying to think of some other examples, like Motu. It's an obscure brand of musical equipment, and it's an acronym for Magic of the Unicorn. Every logo is a symbol, a created symbol. The Lord of the, like, even entire pieces of literature are symbols. The Brothers Karamazov, Crime and Punishment, War and Peace, The Lord of the Rings, especially The Lord of the Rings, and all of the Middle Earth legendarium is infused to the gills with Catholic theology and symbolism, expertly disguised and integrated into the world that Tolkien creates. It's just Christianity is rife with symbols, and there are symbols in Christianity that didn't exist at the time of the apostles that exist today. So why are we disparaging symbolism or the science and study of symbols? We shouldn't be doing that. I pulled off my desk a copy of Christian Warfare. This is the prayer book that's used by a lot of the laity who attend the SSPX. Let me just find necessary prayers, or common prayers. Yeah, here we go. So, in Christianity, one of the prayers, we call it the Creed. We call it the Apostles' Creed. Another word for the Apostles' Creed that was used in many pieces of literature is symbolon, the symbol of faith. So are we going to, so I ask you, Candace, are we going to disparage symbolism en masse when the faith that when the Catholic faith that you are a recent convert to employs symbolism, following the same conception that's laid out here in this Masonic Bible? Symbols are representations of something, and it's a sign of a thing that is known. It's a sign. God deals with us all the time in signs, with symbols. Jacob's ladder, the brazen serpent. Speaking of symbols appropriated by occultists, so you're going to say the Apostles' Creed, the symbol of faith, it follows the same conception that's written in this passage. It's a representation. What does it represent? It represents what we believe. Just as the symbols that the Masons came up with, and in some instances appropriated from other traditions, like the Golden Dawn did, have their specific meanings, like the square representing morality. Say what we will about the shadiness of Freemasons or not, but we have to admit the square as a symbol of morality, it's not on its face, it's actually a decent choice of a symbol to represent that. Because what do you use a square for? You use the square to make sure that the sides of the stone that's going, because the whole idea behind Masonry is that it had its origins with like the Mason guilds or what have you. Whether that's true or not is neither here nor there, but let's, for the sake of argument, consider this. What were those Masons constructing? They were constructing the cathedrals. Chartres. They constructed the Cathedral of Chartres, of Notre Dame, of Mont Saint-Michel, St. Peter's Basilica. Like, are we going to say that the Mason guilds back then were practicing ritual human sacrifice? Like, you're like, God bless you, Candace. I know that you are read in various things related to, the things that interest you. But I have to admit, I'm seeing a level of ignorance in these matters here. And I'm not saying this because I dislike you. It's because there is nuance here, and the way in which you presented some of these surface level, some of these ideas at the surface level, it's going to whip people up to behave without virtue. Again, panic is not a virtue. We don't need a satanic panic 2.0. We have to avoid it at all costs. I know that it's really hard. Especially, I can only imagine, given that you currently have children, that it's really hard to see everything that's happening and to know what our oligarchs over us are doing and not panic and not want to protect your children. I can I don't yet have my own children. I pray that I will be blessed with children soon. But I'm just today. I am now an uncle. So my sister-in-law gave birth to a little baby girl. So I pray that if you can keep her in our family in your prayers, please do. But yeah, we can't allow generic platitudes about this, especially about the science of symbolism, just because Freemasons who we disagree with on a theological basis happen to agree with Thomas Aquinas on the efficacy of symbols. I mean, I don't like Masons either. I don't like them either. I think, I agree. The higher up you are, supposedly you get told things that are passed down from 33rd degree to 33rd degree. But I'm not going to whip myself into a panic about it. I'm not going to go and just lash out. God knows I have the things that do get me whipped up and lash out irrationally. Just for example, talking about certain strains of rabbinic Judaism that inform legislature in a certain place on the planet that's the size of New Jersey that isn't in the United States. That, I will admit, that gets me riled up because I can see the logical conclusion of the things that they're doing here in this country as potentially leading to the persecution that we read about in the Book of Revelations, or at least a precursor to those. Do I want to live through something like that? The animal part of my brain says no. The survival instinct, the drive for bodily preservation says no, I don't want that. And so I pray for the grace to gracefully accept such a thing if it does occur in my lifetime, and that I will suffer it the way Christ suffered on the cross. I pray for that all the time. I actively pray for it when I'm driving to and from work, when I'm at work, when I'm sitting and I finish reading a chapter of scripture, when I'm lying in bed at night. It's always on my mind to be able to accept whatever persecution may come in my lifetime. But I just don't want my family to have to, if I end up with kids, I don't want them to have to suffer that at such a young age. If it does occur in my lifetime, it's hard not to feel that way. But I'm doing my best to work on it. Meanwhile, I'm not going to allow it to color my vision of the truth of the church's relationship to the Sanhedrin. Again, that's for another day. But yeah, the Apostles' Creed is the symbol of faith. To kind of bring us back on track. Here's a symbol. See the symbol? Yeah. If it's not every day that you hear a society priest tell you what the symbol means. In fact, I think it's hard to find that information on even the SSPX website. But I'm going to initiate you. I'm going to initiate y'all right here, right now, so that and I'm going to reveal to you what this symbol means. Ooh. Okay. So this heart, right? It's two hearts. They're interconnected, crowned. These are the Sacred and Immaculate Hearts. So the Sacred Heart of Jesus and the Immaculate Heart of Mary. It represents the intimacy with which Christ had with his mother, which is another way to symbolize the intimacy that Christ has with his church. And they're crowned because they're king and queen, right? So it's a symbol of that intimacy and union that Christ had with Mary, and that we can have as well in our spiritual sonship to God, in being members of the body of Christ. We therefore become part of the same body that was this intimate to Mary. And the origins of this symbol come from the miraculous medal. And on the back of the miraculous medal, you can look it up. In fact, why don't I pull it up? All right. Wikipedia again. I'll pull it up. Okay. The miraculous medal, also known as the Medal of Our Lady of Graces, or the Medal of the Immaculate Conception, was revealed to Saint Catherine Labouré, one of the incorrupts. All right. Let's see. Okay. Let's go here. All right. So this is the front and the back. On the back, you have right here the Sacred Heart below the M for Mary on the left, and the Immaculate Heart of Mary on the right, which interestingly, she sits at the right hand of Jesus. Okay. Now, when Saint Catherine describes this part of the medal, even though it's depicted here as them being side by side, Saint Catherine's description of it is something to the effect that in reality, in the vision that she was given, that they were actually so close together that she couldn't distinguish between the two, but she understood that the two hearts were distinct, but so close together they were indistinguishable in vision. And so that is what the symbol on the cover, the symbol of the Society of St. Pius X, that's what that represents, is a more faithful rendition of the lower part of the reverse side of the miraculous medal. While we're talking about symbolism, Candace had mentioned the pentagram. All right. Now, I teased this when I flashed you this book earlier. All right. This is J.R.R. Tolkien's translation of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. It's one of my favorite Arthurian legends of all time. And basic story is it's Christmas. Green Knight shows up, wants to play a party game with Arthur. Arthur at this point's a really old man. And he tells King Arthur, the Green Knight, he says, you can chop my head off. And if you do, then you must allow me to chop your head off a year and a day from today at my castle. So Sir Gawain, he swoops in and he does it. And so the Green Knight's head comes off, and then the Green Knight picks up his head and says, I'll see you next year. It's such a great, and it's a story about Sir Gawain the Good being tested, his knighthood being tested. There's it's so good. It's so good. And so this is Tolkien's translation. And one of the reasons I have this translation is because I really like Tolkien. Another reason I like this story is because this story is the gateway to reclaiming symbols from the occultists that seek to harm us and to control us and turn us into cattle. All right. Why do I say this? Because I'm trying to think, in the second part, second chapter, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the 9th stanza of the second part of Tolkien's Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, there is a description of the livery with which Sir Gawain is adorned with as he prepares his way to go and find the chapel of the Green Knight. And I'm going to read it to you. And the reason I'm going to read it to you is because I'm going to tell you what the actual symbol of the pentagram means. But first, what do I mean by the actual symbolism of the pentagram? There are 2 ways to render the pentagram: with a point facing up, and a point facing down. Infinite dimensional. Sorry, no, it's not blasphemy. I'm going to demonstrate it for you very clearly here. Okay. So the pentagram with the point facing up, we're going to find out what that means here. In other places, it's rendered in a few places in Christian artwork through the centuries. An inverted pentagram in some old artwork, in medieval artwork, depicts the star with the prominent point facing downwards as the Star of Bethlehem, and that's where the Order of the Eastern Star with the Freemasons, where they claimed that meaning of the symbol is. They're appropriating it from medieval paintings of the Nativity and claiming it for their own. So there's that. But anyhow, so Sir Gawain and the Green Knight was written when Christianity was Catholicism was the faith. That was the Christian faith. Still is. And so let's hear what someone living during this time period has to say about what the pentagram means. Because again, this is its true meaning. This is its true meaning post-redemption. Okay? Obviously, it was used by various cults in Babylon, in Samaria, and elsewhere. Pre-redemption. Post-redemption, and since we are tasked with restoring all things in Christ, this is how the pentagram was restored in Christ in medieval Christian Catholic Europe. Stanza 27. Then they brought him his blazon, that was of brilliant guiles, with the pentangle depicted in pure hue of gold. By the baldric he caught it, and about his neck cast it. Right well and worthily it went with the knight. And why the pentangle is proper to that prince so noble, I intend now to tell you, though it may tarry my story. It is a sign that Solomon once set on a time to betoken troth, as it is entitled to do. For it is a figure that in it 5 points holdeth, and each line overlaps, and is linked with another. And every way it is endless. And the English I hear everywhere name it the endless knot. So it suits well this knight and his unsullied arms, for ever faithful in 5 points, and 5 times under each, Gawain as good was acknowledged, and as gold refined, devoid of every vice, and with virtues adorned. So there the pentangle painted new, He on shield and coat did wear, as one of word most true and knight of bearing fair. First, faultless was he found in his 5 senses, and next in his 5 fingers he failed at no time, and firmly on the 5 wounds all his faith was set that Christ received on the cross, as the creed tells us, and wherever the brave man into battle was come, on this beyond all things was his earnest thought, that ever from the 5 joys all his valor he gained, that to heaven's courteous queen once came from her child, for which cause the knight had in comely wise on the inner side of his shield her image depainted, that when he cast his eyes thither his courage never failed. The 5th 5 that was used, as I find, by this knight, was free giving and friendliness first before all, and chastity and chivalry ever changeless and straight, and piety surpassing all points. These perfect 5 were hasped upon him harder than on any man else. Now these 5 series in sooth were fastened on this knight, and each was knit with another, and had no ending. But they're fixed at 5 points that failed not at all, coincided in no line, nor surrendered either, not ending in any angle anywhere, as I discover, wherever the process was put in play or passed to an end. Therefore on this shining shield was shaped now this knot, royally with red guiles upon red gold set. This is the pure pentangle, as people of learning have taught. Now Gawain in brave array, his lance at last he caught. He gave them all good day, and forevermore as he thought. So, that represents the Christian meaning, the occult meaning of the pentangle within Christianity. It represents the 5 wounds of Christ that wrought our redemption, the 5 joys of Mary as they relate to the child Jesus, and it represents the 5 virtues of chivalry. And then it represents both the 5 virtues possessed in the spirit of Gawain and in his physicality. So there we have it. Christina Marie, so if you, I don't know if you have the exact edition of Sir Gawain. I don't know if other editions of Tolkien's translation are exact in the font size and the page, but in this edition of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, it starts on page 45 with stanza 27, and it ends with it goes through to the end of stanza 28. So that is the Christian Catholic understanding at the time that this was written of what the pentangle actually means. So there's that. And if Tolkien felt that in any way translating this would scandalize anybody, he probably wouldn't have translated it, given how faithful of a Catholic that he was. Now, we'll go ahead and I'm going to quote from we're going to do a quick little quotation from another book. This is one of the books that helped bring me back to the Catholic faith. It's a catechism in disguise. You wouldn't think it reading the title, The Magic of Catholicism. Now, it should be known that the gentleman who wrote this book is a consecrated bishop, consecrated Catholic bishop. Unfortunately, nowadays, he's gotten involved in the independent sacramental movement, just because he's just been so deeply scandalized by everything the Vatican is doing these days. Again, just like with the Satanic panic causing all kinds of unwanted spiritual harm to future generations, the behavior and conduct of the Vatican since the Second Vatican Council has also likewise caused all kinds of harm, such as even bishops of the church being scandalized and going through periods where they are fallen away. At the time that this book was written, the bishop, as I understand, he was retired from his chaplaincy, or whatever it's called. But like I said, it's a catechism in disguise, and there is a section towards the end where he reproduces a blog post of his concerning the pentagram. And he even makes, I have a part here highlighted before he gets into the pentagram. He says, quote, "There are a number of signs, gestures, symbols, and methods which are fully outside the realm of Catholicism, though at the same time compatible with the faith and thus usable by a Catholic mage." And so I would maybe take, like, again, he follows that up with the heading, the pentagram, to talk about the pentagram. But what's funny is he admits in this section about the passages from Sir Gawain and the Green Knight that I mentioned. So he starts the section about the pentagram with a quote from C.R. Belardi's The Red Church, or the Art of Pennsylvania German Rockerei, which I mentioned in my updated recommended reading, which you can find the full list with some commentary on my Substack at the Sophiergist. So he opens it with the quote from The Red Church. "Unlike what paranoid alarmists would have folks believe, the pentagram is not a diabolical device, but an abstract sign of the crucifixion," which, again, we just read as being the case from a source document of the medieval period as our material evidence to that end. Augustine de Thaumaturgo, the writer of this book, he then goes on to say, "The above quote gives a perfect summation of everything that could be said on the subject. In and of itself, before we consider it a symbol, we must consider the pentagram is first and foremost a geometric shape. Last time I checked, nobody owns the copyright on geometric shapes. While nobody owns a copyright to geometric shapes, things can be said differently once the shape passes on to the realm of symbol, and the pentagram has been used as a symbol by many cultures, including Catholicism. First recorded appearance of the pentagram took place around the 30th century BC, where it was used in Sumerian cuneiform as a character for the word ub, meaning nook or corner. One could say this was no more a symbol than Chinese characters are symbols in the usual sense, or one could say this was symbolic in the sense that all writing is symbolic of the sounds and words it represents. I'll leave the reader to his or her own conclusions. The pentagram eventually passed to the Greeks, where during the 5th century BC, the followers of Pythagoras considered the pentagram a sign of health. In fact, it is the word eugeia, or ergeia, which gives us the English word hygiene. Eugeia. Now we come to the Christian era. Just as the words eugeia were attributed to each point by the Pythagoreans, who still existed in the first centuries after Jesus' time, so it was easy enough to do with the 5 letters of the word salus, the Latin translation of eugeia. It is from here that we must pass for about 1,000 years in our quest to establish what the pentagram meant for Christians during those 10 or so centuries. By the medieval period, we find the pentagram as a feature of church architecture. And in the late 14th century poem, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, we are told that Sir Gawain has the pentacle on his shield, and the writer feels prompted to explain, which we've already done that. It is this, it's the 5 wounds of Christ, which the pentagram came to symbolize in the Middle Ages. While devotion to the 5 wounds was on the upswing, and in heraldry we find both the pentagram and the 5-petaled rose as a sort of stylized pentagram, also representing the 5 wounds. Yeah. As stated before, we likewise see pentagrams in church architecture, which may still stand, many which still stand to the present day. And then he has a few examples. Sadly, there's only one example that's a Catholic church, and unfortunately, it was a Catholic church that was built in 1876. So I feel like that's not quite good enough for us, for our purposes. We would probably want something a little older. And so with that, let's go ahead, and I actually was able to find this picture. All right. So this is the stained glass window of the Abbey Church of St. Owen in France. France was a Catholic country. Even during the Protestant revolt, France did a fairly good job of fighting back the Protestants. In fact, in France, there was a tendency to even go on crusade against such devastating heretics. The Cathars being one, the Beguines, I think, I can't remember. But yeah, the Cathars, the Albigensians, there was a whole crusade against the Albigensians. So we have there, and I forget the date of when this church was finished, when it was started and when it was finished. But for sure, it is old. It does date back to the medieval period. So that's one example of a Catholic church that has a pentagram. And it's a medieval church, meaning that it understood the pentagram the same way that the author of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight would have understood the pentagram. So in a way, Candace Owens is right that about the pentagram being where sacrifice happens. Well, yeah, because for the Christian, the true meaning of the pentagram is to represent, in one sense, the sacrificial wounds of our Savior. So, yeah. So there's that. There is another church that I can tell is a medieval church when I see the pictures of. However, none of the images of it that I've been able to find online attribute the location of the stained glass windows. So that's why I'm not including that picture, because I don't know where that particular stained glass window is. What I can tell you is in this other window, not depicted here, there is the pentagram is actually an inverted pentagram, because if I believe the stained glass window in question does deal with the nativity, and so the downward pointing star, meaning that it's the Star of Bethlehem, which is pointing to where Jesus is, to where Jesus is born, just as it guided the 3 magi to Bethlehem. So yeah, Um, there's that. um, we earlier in the stream we mentioned Chartres Cathedral in France, which I should mention. Candace Owens gave a talk and and was interviewed at the Catholic Identity Conference, which is a traditional Catholic conference hosted by Michael J. Matt of the Remnant newspaper. It's held once a year in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. One of these days I would very much love to go because Bishop Athanasius Schneider is often there, and I would just love to meet him and to have a blessing from him. He is an incredibly holy man. From everything that I have read of his and from listening to the way in which he speaks about very, very difficult and challenging topics that we are faced with today. So definitely someone that I want to hopefully meet someday. But I forget which year it was. I think it was during the pandemic even, and or no, it was around the time that Candace got booted off of the Daily Wire for saying Christ is King and for asking questions about October 7th. And in this talk, she mentions about her experience being a baby Catholic, basically. And one of the things that she did in her very, very neophyte days as a fresh Catholic was to go on the Chartres pilgrimage, which is also on my bucket list. I also wanted to go on the pilgrimage that goes to Mont Saint-Michel. And so she has been to Chartres Cathedral. And yet here she is in her Monday episode this week, trashing occult symbolism without realizing that a small o occult word just means that it's hidden, that it's something that's not apparent. It's something that requires explanation, meditation, contemplation on. And just as the pentagram later was restored in Christ to post redemption to represent his saving wounds, the zodiac and all of astrology gets baptized because there's the recognition that, well, wait a minute, so it was by astrology that the Magi found their way to Bethlehem, found their way to Christ. And Thomas Aquinas, St. Albertus Magnus, St. Hildegard von Bingen, any medieval saint that practiced medicine of any kind or any kind of electional astrology, it was, I mean, holy heck, there are churches, there are medieval churches, Renaissance churches that the day for beginning construction was astrologically elected. And there are records of this. We even have records of it in England from 13th and 14th century England, long before England ruptured itself from the church under the whore king Henry VIII. So yeah, it's just a fact that practicing Catholics, including saints, practiced natal / medical / electional astrology. What they didn't practice was judicial astrology. And so, given that Candace Owens has been to Chartres Cathedral, you would think that she would have remembered that there is a stained glass window in Chartres Cathedral depicting the zodiac. So yeah, I don't know how Candace missed this one. I don't know how she missed this. Here is a if you go to look up this picture, you can also find this key that will tell you what the what all the windows, what all are represented in the windows. Yeah, Chartres Cathedral, dedicated to the Blessed Virgin Mary, by the way. And you know, when we read Revelation 12, when she appears to John in vision, he refers to her as a woman, but it's basically Our Lady, and we know it's Our Lady now. In hindsight, thanks to the apparitions of Guadalupe, for starters. She appears to him, the moon under her feet, right, clothed with the sun, and about her head is a crown of what? 12 stars. This window is a window representing the stars in the crown of the Blessed Virgin Mary as she appeared to St. John on the island of Patmos. So, like, what are we gonna do? I guess I'm begging the question of Candace. You went to Chartres Cathedral. You saw this window, and yet you're going to evoke second satanic panic about occult symbolism and esotericism, when those very symbols and some of those practices, such as astrology, were practiced by saints of the church. Are you gonna, like, as Sam Shimon likes to say to some of the folks that he has these discussions about the Catholic truth of the Bible, you know, he discusses it, debates it with rabbinic Jews and Muslims and Protestants. He has the saying, he always has the saying, it's like, seems that you have a problem. And I would pose this to Candace Owens. It seems as if you have a problem. On the one hand, you're going to disparage some of the symbols that are incorporated into the Catholic Church, that were incorporated post-redemption into the Catholic Church, including some of the practices. Theurgy being one of them. Liturgy being another. You know? I mean, let's see. No, I'm not. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Here's for those who are uninitiated, no pun intended. This is called a unicursal hexagram. All right. It's this particular rendition is often used by Aleister Crowley's Thelema. But as was mentioned in Thaumaturgo's Magic of Catholicism, sometimes the rose was used as a stylized pentagram. Well, what do we have here? We have a 5-petaled rose in the center of this unicursal hexagram. Unicursal meaning that you can trace it with one line, and it'll still have 6 points. Whereas the hexagram that we're used to seeing on, like, the flag of Israel and the flag of Morocco and Nigeria, is made up of the two separate triangles. This is it's unicursal, meaning it's one line that makes it. So even though Aleister Crowley, I'm sure, has an interpretation of what the symbol means, let's go ahead and I'm going to show you. I'm going to reveal to you. No, I'm just being funny. I'm going to demonstrate for you an example of how even a symbol supposedly invented by one of the wickedest men to have ever lived can even be appropriated or reappropriated to Christianity. So the number 6, if you go off of Cornelius Agrippa in his 3 books of occult philosophy, he tells you that the number 6 is the number that represents perfection. And there are plenty of Christians that'll tell you the same thing. And the reason for that is because a lot of the sources in many chapters of Cornelius's 3 books of occult philosophy are actually quotations from Christian authors. So like we'll look here. Look, Celestial World, Volume 2, Book of Occult Philosophy, Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of 6 and its scale. 6 is the number of perfection because it is the most perfect. It is the most perfect nature. In the continuity of all numbers from 1 to 10, it alone is perfect because collecting the parts of itself results in the same, not lacking any deficiency or abounding in surplus. For if its parts are collected, namely the middle, third, and sixth, which are 3, 2, and 1, the entire body of 6 is perfectly filled. Indeed, that perfection is missing from other numbers. Hence, Pythagoreans asserted that it was absolutely suited for generation and marriage and called it the seal of the world. Indeed, the world consists of the number 6, neither with an unlimited abundant surplus, and is not frustrated or needing necessities. This is because God perfected and completed the world in 6 days. Indeed, on the 6th day, God saw that he had made, and it was very good. Therefore, the heavens and the earth and all adorning them were completed. Okay, that's what 6 represents, according to Agrippa. Now, there's another writer. And but here, real quick, before I get into this next point, which will be our last point here. So here, this unicursal hexagram. See the flower in the middle? It's a rose, 5-petaled rose. Well, 5-petaled rose. It's a symbol of the 5 wounds of Jesus. Sorry, Aleister Crowley, I don't care what you think it is. We're going to take our symbols back. So 5-petaled rose represents the 5 wounds of Christ. And I'm going to tell you right now, this specific symbol with the unicursal hexagram, this is with the 5-petaled rose, this is a symbol. I'm going to say it right here. We're going to take this symbol back. This is the symbol of the transfiguration. Watch this. Okay. This is an icon depicting the transfiguration of Christ. This is biblical, okay? You got Jesus transfigured floating above Mount Tabor. You have the 3 apostles there at the bottom that are just like astounded by what they're witnessing. And then you have the 2 prophets to either side of Christ. In this icon, do you see what's behind Jesus? So you got that sort of like giant halo, the circle. But notice what's between the circle and Jesus. Do you see it? I'll trace it out for you. A unicursal hexagram. And who's at the center of it? Jesus Christ. So this, we can say, can be symbolized by this. Another point about the number 5, if we turn again to Agrippa, in book 2, chapter 8, he talks about the number 5. The number 5 is not unimportant and is powerful. Indeed, it is made up of the first even and first odd number from the feminine and masculine. Indeed, the odd number is male, but the even is female, from which mathematicians call one the father and the other the mother. Therefore, 5 is of no small perfection or virtue, because it is generated from the mixture of these numbers. Additionally, it is the most lawful middle of the universal number, that is 10. This is because on every side around 5 you can divide 10. Hence, if you take 9, 1 remains. If you take 8, 1 remains. Taking 7, then 3, or 6, then 4, each one totaled consists of 10. 5 is always that perfect medium and is equidistant. Therefore, it is called the number of marriage by the Pythagoreans, and it is said to be justice because it is divided equally from 10. There are 5 senses in man, 5 powers in the soul. There are 5 fingers in the hand, 5 wandering planets, according to which there are fivefold terms in each of the signs. The elements are of 5 kinds of mixtures, that is, stones, metals, plants, zoophytes, and animals. There are as many kinds of animals. There are 5 kinds. And there are 5 kinds from which God composed everything, namely, being, the same, the other, standing, and moving. Let's see. Indeed, the patriarch Noah found in its number the grace of the Lord, which preserved him from the flooding waters. Let's see. In the virtue of this number, the 100-year-old Abraham from the 90-year-old barren woman Sarah begat a son, despite being at an age above which nature allows this to happen, from whom arose a great people. Hence, 5 letters invoked the name of God the Almighty in the time of grace. Christ's name contains 5 letters. So, yeah. It's so then, and the number 5 is also often a reference to the perfection of man, and by the perfection of man is not saying the perfection of man as apart from God, but the perfection of man as his ultimate creation. Notice the passage in there where Agrippa refers to representing mediation. Who's the mediator? Jesus Christ. All right. So anyhow, now we're there's another figure. I'm gonna have to do a search real quick. Let's see. Yep. This guy right here. Sadly, it doesn't list in here any of his writings, but anyhow. So of course it's Wikipedia, so it's not going to tell us that he's a saint, even though it lists his feast day as the 3rd of July. So this is Saint Anatolius of Laodicea. He's also known as Anatolius of Alexandria. I don't know why that says that he was a Syro-Egyptian, or well, okay, yeah, Syro-Egyptian, meaning he's from that region. He was not only one of the foremost scholars of his day in physical sciences, as well as in Aristotelian and Platonic philosophies, but also a renowned computist and teacher of the Neoplatonic philosopher Iamblichus. He taught Iamblichus. Sadly, Iamblichus didn't convert to Catholicism. But nevertheless, so in there is, I have here, this is called the Theology of Arithmetic. Okay. The Theology of Arithmetic. Translated by Robin Waterfield. This is the Fanny's Press edition. This is a translation of basically lecture notes. These are lecture notes. They're attributed to Iamblichus. However, there's evidence to suggest that it's actually attributed to a student of Iamblichus. With that being said, many of the whoever this student was, he was reading various books related to arithmetic, mathematics, and arithmology. Now, arithmology is wherein you understand numbers as having quality in addition to having the quality of representing quantity. But arithmology is the study of the quality of numbers. And this particular edition does a good job of denoting the passages from this student's notebook where he is either quoting directly or paraphrasing from the various sources. And as it happens, one of those sources is our boy, Saint Anatolius of Laodicea. Now, again, just to provide you all with some educational content, and I hope that Candace has a chance to read this as well, or to hear this as well. But so Saint Anatolius has a book literally just called On the Decad. It's his teachings on 1 through 10, which interestingly, if you know anything about the esoteric, which Candace claims she knows, Lurianic Kabbalah has a lot to do with the Decad as well. The numbers 1 through 10. The whole tree of life. The Kabbalistic tree of life. The Sephirot. There's 10 Sephirot. Right? I have a suspicion. That that Kabbalah is actually only dates back to, gosh, maybe not barely into the Merkaba tradition. Because when you look at the Merkaba tradition, there's really not a lot of gematria happening. The whole concept of gematria, where you render letters as numbers and you perform arithmetic, you run the numbers, and the idea is that you can potentially glean insight to words and passages by tallying up their numbers. Of course, Kabbalah takes gematria to an extreme where you go ahead and you just rearrange the letters. You just scramble the letters a little bit to kind of skew things. But Jacobite Wiseman says, "What's Merkaba?" Merkaba is a post-temple. Well, there's a little bit of evidence to suggest that Merkaba existed during the latter part of the Second Temple period. But most of what survives is post-temple. So after 70 AD. And a lot of what survives actually only dates back to about late antiquity, and as late as 700 AD. It was what could be called a proto version of Kabbalah, but before you get into the Sephirot and the Gematria and all of that. And it included certain like meditative techniques. It was almost like a form of rabbinic Judaic yoga, where you're literally navel gazing and doing these strange breathing exercises and stuff to render yourself into an ecstatic state, and all kinds of strange stuff in order to enter the different gates in the court of heaven, which in their in the Merkaba literature basically is like you're descending into the courts of heaven until you get to the center. And it was believed that in the way that they rendered it was like you're descending into your heart. And where have we heard that before? Saint Teresa of Avila, the interior castle. Okay, I often maintain that Saint Teresa of Avila, who is descended from conversos, I think it was her grandmother converted from Judaism to Catholicism, and so in her youth she may have been exposed to things related to the Merkaba that may have survived into the 17th century. But I'm almost certain that Teresa of Avila's interior castle is a restoration of such spiritual practices into the post-redemption Catholic paradigm, which would make sense if the tradition can date itself back to the temple period prior to Christ's incarnation, which would mean in a spiritual sense that Teresa of Avila's interior castle was the way God through providence wished to restore the Merkaba practices, but within prudent Catholic spirituality. That's my theory. Don't have much evidence right now, because it's not really my wheelhouse to research stuff like that necessarily. So, but anyhow, back on track. And Saint Anatolius wrote a book called On the Decad. It's basically discussing the quality of numbers. And so hopefully y'all can glean something useful from this. Look at that. Oh, scary. Oh, so scary. Oh my gosh. Saint Anatolius. This is a student paraphrasing what he read in Saint Anatolius's work. The pentad is the first number to encompass the specific identity of all number, since it encompasses 2, the first even number, and 3. Oh, where have we heard this before? Where have we heard this? In 3 Books of Occult Philosophy, Book 2, Chapter 8. We're not talking about big O occultism. We're talking about little o occultism. Little o. Meaning that there are things that are hidden. There are things that are hidden that need explanation. That you won't know just by glancing at it. Okay? It's okay. Candace, we just need to calm down. It's okay. We've got the saints. Hence, it is called marriage. Oh, there's Cornelius Agrippa again. Right? Since it is formed of male and female. Oh my gosh, this is fun, isn't this? This is just so much fun. This is so much fun. It is the midpoint of the decad. Oh, same as occult philosophy. When it is squared, it always encompasses itself. For 5 times 5 is 25. And when it is multiplied again, it both encompasses the square as a whole and terminates at itself. For 5 times 25 is 125. There are 5 solid figures with equal sides and equal angles: the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the icosahedron, the cube, and the dodecahedron. And Plato says that the first is the figure of fire, the second of air, the third of water, the fourth of earth, and the fifth of the universe. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh. A saint of the Catholic Church talking about the occult meaning of shapes. Oh my gosh. He was never excommunicated. He was never condemned by any council, by any pope, by any bishop. He was a bishop of himself. A Catholic saint. He's in heaven. And he wrote this. I mean, again, it's a paraphrase, but he wrote it. Sadly, the full text of On the Decad does not currently exist, translated fully in English. And to try to get a transcription of the manuscripts, to get the Latin transcriptions, meaning they take the manuscript and they transcribe the text on the manuscript into readable English in typeface. To get one of those, it's like crazy expensive to get a transcription of source documents. So if there's anybody out there that would like to be a founding member of my Substack for $150 a year, you get to have personal correspondence with me and help to fund maybe purchasing a copy of St. Anatolius's On the Decad. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, tickle, tickle. Let's say, moreover, there are 5 planets, not counting the sun and moon. The square on base 5 is the first to be equal to 2 squares, the one on base 3 and the one on base 4. A tetrachord is said to consist of the first even and the first odd number. Geometric concord is thought to fall under 5. Moreover, whatever you use to add up to 10, 5 will be found to be the arithmetical mean. Each sum adds up to 10, and 5 is found to be the arithmetical mean, as the diagram shows. And this is where it gets even juicier. Even juicier. So the footnote for where as the diagram shows, concerning the each sum adds up to 10, and 5 is found to be the arithmetical mean, as the diagram shows. Wait till you see the diagram. Ready? Right there. Look at it. Oh, what does that look like? Oh, it's a magic square. Oh, it's a magic square. What's a Catholic saint doing with magic squares? Where else have we seen magic squares? In the 3 books of occult philosophy. Right? Let's see. I know I can find it. I know it's in here. I've seen it before. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Right there. The table of Saturn. The table of Saturn. Let's see. Does the diagram in this book match the table of Saturn? Not quite. But what's interesting to note is that the middle number in both these diagrams is 5. So, the pentad is the first to exhibit the best and most natural mediacy. Oh, there's mediation again. When in conjunction with the dyad, it is taken as disjunct proportion to both the limits of natural number, to the monad as source, and the decad as end. Oh, Interesting. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Okay. So, Christina Marie, you asked if I could show the book cover again. Here it is. The Theology of Arithmetic. Translated by Robin Waterfield. There's a decent introduction and foreword that kind of goes into a bunch of stuff. Yeah. All kinds. It's so good. It's so good. And it's one of the reasons why I think that, and this is why I think some Renaissance Catholic writers, philosophers, and theologians, why they dabbled in Kabbalah, because I think they saw, especially in Lurianic Kabbalah with the 10 Sephirot and so on and so forth, I think they recognized something in it. But I don't know if they had access to Anatolius's On the Decad or not. And I think that they may have believed that that the truth of arithmology, I think they believed that you could possibly glean it from Kabbalah. Unfortunately, by befriending Jews who were unbaptized, I think in many cases they were led down rabbit holes, and also endangered their souls. I don't have any evidence of this right now. I haven't read any source texts of Christian Kabbalah to be able to really say yet, because right now I'm doing some other study that I think is going to be in preparation for going down that route, because I do believe it's going to have direct bearing upon Catholic cunning practice, bearing on Sophiergy. So yeah, I hope that this stream was informative. I hope that it has provided a fraternal correction to those who buy everything Candace says, hook, line, and sinker. If Candace, by any providential means, sees this, I hope that she understands I do this out of love for her. I want her to be armed with the truth. I want her to know all the facts, and I pray that in the future she will get it all together before she opens her mouth. Because as I hope I've demonstrated today, what she did this past Monday is potentially going to be very detrimental to the national psyche, especially well-meaning Christians, and those of us here on YouTube, on Substack, other places on the internet, those of us who have been advocating for liturgical realism. Some people call it re-enchantment. The re-enchantment of our minds, of our spirits, of our hearts, which is just a euphemism to say to return to the childlike spirit that our medieval ancestors had, that our predecessors had when they apprehended reality and how they understood reality. We're trying to get back to that. But if we go the route of this Protestant hyper-scrupulosity, down this mode of negative superstition that has no care for common sense, rationality, prudence, and temperance, virtue, then we need to, then the best thing for those who don't want to put the work into actually studying and researching these things, if you're not doing that, you need to keep it mum, keep it quiet. It's terribly, terribly important, terribly important. So I hope that this message gets to her somehow, because she needs it. She needs it for her credibility's sake, for her integrity's sake. I'm with her in this fight against people who do wish us harm, who wish our children harm, who wish to rule over us and to persecute Christ's mystical body. I want to see an end to their reign, just as much as she and others do. But the way that we're going to do that is not going to be through another satanic panic, because again, panic is a lack of the virtues of prudence, temperance, and good Christian discernment. Utterly important. So with that, let's pray for her. Pray for her audience, that they may see the error of going off of surface level understanding. So yeah, say a rosary for them. Pray for them. Real quick, I just want to, I saw it come across in the live chat where infinite dimensional whatever, he said that he got possessed by Mary after Jesus tortured her. It's true. I don't have proof though. All I can say is that it's not Mary. Mary doesn't possess people. Sorry. Yeah. Don't know. I don't know what to tell you other than, like, I don't doubt that you were possessed by something. But it wasn't Mary. So I pray for you. I pray for you that you're okay. Christina Marie, I completed my master's in cultural astronomy and astrology at the University of Wales, TSD, and that program actually was pivotal in me returning to the Catholic Church. Isn't that interesting? Well, that's wonderful. Christina, I might want to pick your brain sometime. So don't be surprised if you get a message from me in Substack, because I'll be curious to pick your brain about a few things, and I think I'd love to hear your story actually. So I'll probably hit you up for that sometime in the future. All right. Last minute selfless plug. Description below is the link to buy me a coffee. It's basically just a tip jar. If you think that what I'm doing here is bringing good fruit into your life and to the life of those around you, please consider tipping me and buy me a coffee at the link below. Also in the description below is a link to my Substack, the Sophia-gist. There is where I'm going to try to, I'm going to have essays. For the free tier, you can read all the content that's on there. If you want an audio version, you do have to be a paid subscriber. And then if you want to have personal, physical, handwritten or typewritten correspondence with me, yours truly, there is a founder's tier of $150 a year, known as the Societas Sophia-gica. So those are all the ways in which you can support my work here. Anything that you, even if it's just 25 cents here, at least that's 25 cents less a gallon on a gallon of gas as we approach World War III. So with all of that, thank you all so much, my dear unknown friends. We will conclude with prayer. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Ave Maria, gratia plena Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Iesus. Sancta Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Amen. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Thank you all so much, my dear unknown friends, and God bless.